got to turn it up for a minute. 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. There to go 1 2. There to go. That's all right. Little bull calf right there. Turn me up just a little. My throat's still not quite right. 235. 237 and a half. 237 and a half, 40, and 240, to get that 2.5, to get that 5, to get 245, to get 247 and a half, and now 7 and a half, 245, 47 and a half, 50, and 252 and a half, to get 5, and 7 and a half, 60, to get that 2.5, to get 5, and 5, to get 2.5, 5, fish, 260, 250, number 5. TS. Nice little calf here. 250 a pound. 260 a pound. 270 a pound. 280 a pound. 290 a pound. $3 a pound. Don't be scared. $3.10. Don't be scared. 310 a pound. 310. Fish. $3. You scared? Oh. Thank you. Bull. Little bull right here now, $1 a pound, $1.10, to get 100, to get that 10, and 110, to get that 10, to get that 10 a pound, to get 10, and 110, 20, to get 125, to get that 25, 125, to get that 25, 25, sold 120, put them on straight across Jeff Chamlin. Steer. Nice calf right there, 240, 240, to get that 2.5, 240, 2.5, to get that 2.5, to get 240, 2.5, 240, 250, 240, 250, to get you out now, 2.5, and a half, to get Thielen, 240, 4. Who? I looked up there at him, he didn't bid. He didn't bid when I was looking at him. 260, 260, to get now, to get 70, and 270, to get now, 70, 80, to get 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, and 270, give 80, 270, give 80 here, to Detroit, 270, 3. How'd you get along with Gary Owens' cows? Jet, probably. I don't think so. He had 20 or 30 cows here. Steer. Already worked, guys. Already steer here. 250, 250, they're taking that 52 and a half, 252 and a half, they're taking that 2.5, 250, 250, 250, 250, they're taking that 2.5, they're taking 2.5, fish, 250, 5. I was looking right at Gary Thielen. He didn't bid either when I was looking. 230, 230, to get that 30, to get that 30, to get 30, and 230, to get that 35, to get 30, to get 30, to get 30, to get 2.5, 232 and a half, and 232 and a half, to get 2.5, to get all you guys are out now. 232 and a half. Troy, 230. 15. 235, 235, 40, to get that 40, to get that 235, you're to get 40, to get 40, and 245, to get 45, 50, and 255, to get 60, to get 5, and 65, to get 265, and 5, Terry Bomack, $260, 31. Ransom. No, TD. I don't can't remember. TD 32. TD 32. 6. Steer here to get at 230, at 230 to get at 2, at 232 to get at 2, to get at 2, to get at 232, at 230, to get 2, 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 20, and 220 to get at 20, to get at 220, and 2 to get at 222, to get at 4, and 24 to get at 5, to get 5, 6, and 226, internet 226 here, 5, $6, and 25, $26 here, 7, and 7 to get 7, to get 7, to get 7, and 7 sell out too quick, 27, and to get 7, 7, 8, at 228, to give $8, at 228, internet 228, to give $8, to give 8, to give 8, so 227, Chamberlain 5, and Heifer to get a 240, and 240 to get a 2.5, to get 240, 2.5, at 240, 250, 240, 250, 240, 250, at 240 to get a 40, to get a 40, to get a she too high, at 240, and 240, $2 now 10, at $2.10, to get a 10, to get a 10, to get 10, at 220, at 220, to get 30, to get 230, where's your man 30, at 230, he's out, 30, 40, to get 240, at 40, fish, 230, 3. How much, Anton? Did he take the day off? Did he take the day off? He wasn't here yesterday. 75, 75 cents a pound, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, and 75, 75, 75, 75, 75, I need him here, 75, and 75, 5, so 75, Ricardo. 240, 240, to get that 2.5, 240, 2.5, to get 2.5, 240, 250, 240, 250, 240, 250, 240, 250, to get Thielen, 240, 2. Charlotte Heifer 230, 230 to get that 5, to get that 235, to get that 35, 40, to get that 40, to get 40, to get 40, 235, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get that 45, 245, 50, 255, to get 55, to get 5, 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 Terry 250, Terry 250, Terry, do it again, 2. Mail, John. Still. Sure are. Little bull, 250, 250, to get 50, to get 250, 250, to get 50 to bomb, to get 50, to get 250, 250, to get 55, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, Thielen, 250, number 4. 4, Gary. 225, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, to get 25, you bet, 225, 25, 25, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 225, Terry Bomack, 220. Put him on, which one? TD 32. For 225, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 7.5, 30, 230, to get 32, to get 4, 34, to get 32, 34, 32, 34, 32, 34, to get 4, Chapman, 232, 0. Little steer, isn't he? Both. One or the other. 250 and 250. They're getting 52 and a half and 252 and a five. They're getting 5. They're getting 7 and a half. 60 and 260. They're getting as they get on. They're getting 257 and a half. 60 and 60. Troy 257 and a half. 3. 252 and a half and 252 and a half. Better get 2 and a half. Come on, 2 and a half. Better get 2 and a half. 252 and a 5 and 5 7 and a half. Better get 5 and a half. 257 and 60 and 262 and a half. Better get 2 and a half. Better get 2 and a half and 2 and a half. Where are you? 262 and a half. 5. Now 7 and a half. 70 and 272 and a half. 275. 7 and a half. 277 and a half. Troy 270. Put them on number 3. 275. He never has been weighed. 460. If that'll help you. It's not up here either. It is up here. There's one in not balling. Mike Wright. A little rough in the back right there now. $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, Vertical 2 and a half, Vertical 202 and a half, 202 and a half, and 202 and a half, Vertical 2 and a half, Vertical 2 and a half, Vertical 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, Vertical 2 and a half, Chamberlain $2, 0. Best buy of the day. All day long. Make you feel better. This stuff here working. Bill. 455. Okay. 455 right here now. They're to get $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, and 202 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get $2 bill, 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and $2 here, 2 there. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, 202 and a half, 202 and a half, and 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. They're to get 2 and a half. Internet, you bet me. Bill. Okay, right here, 220 and 220. There to get 2 and a half, 222 and a half. 222 and a half, and 220, there to get 20, there to get 20, there to get 20, and 220, there to get 22 and a half, 222 and a half, and 220, 250, there to get 2 and a half, there to get 2 and a half, Champion at 220, put them on 0. Yeah. Today. Another bull right there, $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a half, 5, and 205, there to get 202 and a half, there to get 5, and 205, 7 and a half, there to get 10, there to get 12 and a half, there to get 12 and a half, and 212 and a half, 15, and 215, there to get 15, there to get out, 215, and 17 and a half, 20, and 220, there to get 22 and a half, there to get 22 and a half, and 220, 250, 220, 250, 220, 250, Thielen, 220, 6X. Have the action like Dennis. Got a big belly. Here's the yellow scale, guys. Where's Antonio? He'll be able right here now, $1.50, $1.50, they're to get 155, they're to get 60, they're to get 70, they're to get 5, they're to get 75, 80, and 185, they're to get 85, 85, 85, 185, 85 here, Terry, 180, put them on the 11. Spotted bull here, dollar pound, $1.10, $1.10, and 100 now 10. Got some body to him, 110, and 120, now 30, to get 30, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, $1.40, $30, $40, $30, $40, and 50, $1.50, to get 50, to get $40, $50, $40, $50, and 50, over the Chamberlain, $1.40, nothing. Mr. Williams cattle. Good bull calf here, 245, 245, to get 45, to get 50, 250, to get 55, to get 60, 260, to get 55, now 60, 260, Troy, 255, 3. Laura Williams. And a bull right here, dollar a pound, $1.10, and 110, 110, 110, 120, 120, 120, 130, and 130, 140, 150, 150, 160, and 70, 170, to get 65, and 570, to get 75, to get 175, 80, and 180, to give 80, internet chat, 180, and 175, 80, to give 80, 180, Varner, 175, Varner. Do it again, folks. 95, 95. 45 days weaned on these new cattle. Mr. New, they're 45 days weaned. Are they steers? Yeah, I think they've been banded. They've been banded right here now. They're steers, 225, 225, 30, to get 225, 30, to get 230, to get 35, 35, 40, to get 235, 40, 235, 40, 235, you're going to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, Thielen, 235, put them on number 6. What's wrong? Oh, okay. What did White Ball? 250 bucks a piece. 250, 255, 255, 60, 270, 280, 280 a piece. 90, 290, 290, 280, 290. Sold 280. Billy. Here's Gary Owens. Here's Gary Owens' calves. Gary Owens. That's where they're built in, I guess. They were yesterday. Gary Owens. Well, they're right off the cow yesterday, but the whole cattle have been pretty. Cattle are all thin. The whole deal's really, really thin now. They're out of nice cattle, Owens cattle. Here we go. Gary Owens. Gary Owens right here now, 275, 275, 275, to get 5, to get 75, to get 275, and 80, to get 275, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 275, and 8 too high, 275, to get 75, to get 75, and 275, to get 5, 250, and 250, to get 55, and 255, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, to get so 250, fish. 3. There's the boys. Two little bull calves here, 250 and 60 and 260. To get out, get on 70. To get out 270 and 260, 70. You're out of here now. 70 and 260, 270, 260, 270 and 260, 70. To get 70. So 260. Terry 3. Gary Owens, guys, have been starved down there, guys. Have been starved. 220 a pound, 220, 220, to get out 20, and 220, to get out 20, to get 20, to get out 220, to get out 20, you be at 220, to get out 220, to get out 220, to get out $2, $2 pound, $2 pound, $2 pound here, to get out $2, to get out 2, and $2 a pound, $1.20, 40, 60, 80, $1.80, $1.60, 80, $1.60, 80, Terry, $1.60, 2. Huh? He starts them every year. Here's another one. Here's another one. I can't believe you didn't notice cows. Good calf here. 300 by the head. 300. 320. He's out. 320. 340. 360. 360. 380. 380. 360. 380. 360. 380. Sold 360. Billy. Renner Moss. Might have been off the cow. I don't know. They had cows yesterday. Renner and Moss. 250, 250, to get 50, 250, to get 5, 255, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, fish. 250. You got somebody, Gary? Yeah, I had him. I didn't understand you. Roth cow yesterday at $2.10, at 210, at 210, to get at 10 to buy, to get 10, 20, at 210, 20, 30, to get at 230, 40, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, at 230, 240, 230, 240. No, he's out. 50, at 250, got a bid, y'all guys. 250, at 240 now, 50, to get at 50, to get 50, to get 50, Terry at 240. TD 32. Renner Moss Bulls. Renner and Moss Bull cast. $2 at 10, at 210, at 210, to get at 10 to buy, to get 10, to get 10, 10, 10, down 20, at 210 now, 20, to get at 220, to throw out the cow, guys, 220. They're steers, 220, 220, at 220, to get at 20, to get at 210 now, 20, at 220, out of 5, 210, 20, 220, Thielen, 210, 4. Calf market lacks a little to be desired. $1.50, $1.60, $1.50, $1.60, 70, and 170, and 170, to get out 70, to get out 70, Terry, 160, 2. Little boy calf. I'm going to weigh him to you guys. $3, 2.5, at 302.5, at $3 here. You're going to get 3, you're going to get 3, you're going to get 2.5, at 302.5, at 2.5, at 5, at 305, at 7.5, 10, at 310, 15, 20, at 320, you're going to get 20, you're going to get 5, at 325, at 25, 25, 25, Hayes, at 320, 0. Heifer here, $2, 2.5, at 202.5, at 202.5, at 202.5, at 202.50, at 2.5, at 202.5, at 202.5, at 2.5, at 2.5, at $2 bill, 2.5, at a dollar. Now 10, 110, 110, at 110, at 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 180, 90, and 190. $2. Sold 190 fish. 3. Bull Cares 250, 250, 50, 50, 250, 50 to bomb, 50, 50, 50, 255, 255, 55, 55, 55, 255, 55, 55, so 250, Honorable Cherry 3. Who's that next? From this side. Being Mr. North Bull Cares. Mr. North Bull Cares, 2 1/4, 225, 225, 30, 35, 35, 40, 35, 45, 50, 255, 60, 5, 5, 70, 70, 270, 265, 70, 70, Troy, 265, 3. $2 now 10 $2 10 10 to buy 10 10 10 220 220 220 30 30 40 240 230 240 230 240 230 240 Thielen 230 number 2. Rain didn't seem to help this lightweight calf market, did it? The rain didn't seem to help this lightweight calf market. Never does. $2, 2.5, 205, 205, 205, 205, 10, 210, 205, 10, 15, 20, 25, 25, 225, 225, 30, 235, 40, 245, 50, 250, 50, 50, 50, TD, 245, 32. $1.50 a pound, $1.50 a pound, 150, 150, 150, 150, 150. Where's your man outside, John? Where's your man outside? $1.60, $1.60 a pound. Seawall, $1.50 a pound. That's easy. Mike Wright, how are you? Don't believe it is. We thought it was, but it must not be. Here's Mike Wright's scale. Bulls. They're bulls right here. $2, 2.5, 202.5, 202.5, 2.5, 205, 202.5, 205, 202.5, 5. Anybody else? 205, 205, 7.5, 10, and 210, 12.5, 12.5, 15, and 17.5, 20, 220, 20, 20, and 217.5, 20, and 220, 20, 20, 20, Thielen, 217.5, 4. Bull K is here. $2, 2.5, 202.5, 202.5, 202.5, 202.5, 202.50, 202.50, 202.50. Thielen, $2, 4. This is who? CB&D from Loyal. CB and D from Loyal, Oklahoma. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5, very good 2.5, very good 202.5, very good 2.5, out the gate, 202.5, and 202.50, very good 202.50, very good 2.5, very 5, and 205, very good 5, very good 5, 202.5, 7.5, and 7 of 10, and 210, 12.5, very good 12.5, 210, 12.5, and 210, 12.5, so 210 TS. Troy 15. Bulls. Bulls right here now. $1.75, $1.75, 175, 175, and 175, 80, 185, vertical 5, vertical 90, 190, 195, 2, $2.05, vertical 210, vertical 10, 10, 10, 15, and 215, vertical 210, vertical 15, and 210, vertical 15, vertical 15, everybody feeling 210, 5. Couple of singles off that deal from Loyal. Misses his mama. 2.25, 225, 30, vertical 35, vertical 235, vertical 235, and 235, vertical 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, feeling at 2.25, number 4. Might ought to get on the horn, Dennis, you and Billy. Tom. Might ought to get on the horn, tell him he can buy these fat calves cheaper. That's not no big mystery, is it? Heifer. $2, 2.5, 202.5, and 202.5, vertical 2.5, vertical 202.5, and 5, vertical 202.5, 5, 7.5, 10, and 12.5, 15, vertical 17.5, 20, and 2.5, 5, and 27.5, 30, and 2.5, 5, and 37.5, vertical 30, 40, and 240, vertical 40, vertical 40, vertical 40, vertical 40, feeling, and 237.5, feeling 2, and $2, 2.5, and 202.5, 5, and 205, vertical 202, 45 days wean. 2 rounds of shots from Anadarko. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, 5, and 205. They're weaned 45 days. 202.5, 5, and 205, 7.5, 10, 210, 12.5, 15, and 15, 17.5, 22.5, and 5, and 7.5, 30, and 32.5, 5, and 37.5, 37.5, 37.5, 40, and 240, and 2.5, and 5, and 245, and 240, 2.5, and 245. Troy, 240, 250. 125. Cripple. A cripple. I guess. 45 days wean. The steers, heifers, bulls. Steers right here, 2.25, 225, vertical 9, 25, 30, vertical 5, vertical 35, 40, vertical 45, and 45, 50, vertical 55, vertical 60, and 60, vertical 5, vertical 65, bill, and 5, vertical 70, vertical 275, and 275, and 275, vertical 275, vertical 5, and 5, sold 270, put them on fish, 5. What? Both. Bulls $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 5, vertical 202.5, 5, vertical 202.5, 5, and 10, vertical 210, vertical 10, 15, vertical 15, and 210, 15, 20, and 220, 2.5, vertical 205, vertical 5, and 7.5, vertical 220, 7.5, and 225, 7.5, feeling 225, 4. Market must be somewhat lower, huh? No, I don't. Did yesterday. Because Oklahoma City was higher. I got it. I got it down. Two bulls. Two bulls, $2, two and a half, and two or two and a half, and two or two and a half, vertical now two and a half, vertical two or two and a half, vertical two or two and a half, and two and a half, vertical two and a half, vertical two and a half, five, and two or five, 7.5, 10, and two 10, 12 and a half, 15, and 15, vertical 15, vertical 15, vertical now 15, Troy, and two 12 and a half, Troy 5. Bulls. Steers, $2, two and a half, and two or two and a half, and two or two and a half, five, vertical two or five, vertical two or five, vertical two or five, and two or two and a five, vertical 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 207 and a half, and 207 and a half, and 207 and a half, vertical 7 and a half, Thielen, 205, 4. Fitzgerald cattle. Brad Fitzgerald. I think that's that deal down in Miko, isn't it? Harris's Fitzgerald. This Fitzgerald. And now you get one of your buddies. That was the last deal. Thank you. That was Mr. Fitzgerald just sold, sir. This is Wilson. Low keeper, $2, two and a half, and two or two and a half, 205, and 205, vertical two or two and a half, 7 and a half, 10, and 210, 12 and a half, vertical 15, vertical 17 and a half, vertical 20, and two and a half, vertical 5, vertical 7 and a half, vertical 30, and two and a half, vertical 5, vertical 35, 235, and 5, Jubit 5, here 5, Dennis Jubit, 7 and a half, 40, two and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 50, 250, Troy, 247 and a half, 13. Swarham. Wilson. Hebbers. How many days? We got a Larry, but not Danny. It's just weaned. These are weaned anyway, guys. 80 days weaned. Well, they don't look it. Okay. Don't believe everything you read, Paula. 220, and 220, and 220, to get two and a half, and 220, two and a half, to get two and a half, to get 220, two and a half, 5, and 227 and a half, 30, to get two and a half, 5, and 235, to get 35, to get 5, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 235, 7 and a half, to get 7 and a half, 40, and 240, to get two and a half, to get 240, two and a half, and 245, to get 245, and 245, to get 5, to get 5, so 242 and a half, put them on Troy, 15. Here's Newell Genetics or Genefix or something. Gracemont, Oklahoma. Says Newell's, you know. Newell's right here now. Okay, hang on. Nothing on it, guys. Right there in Gracemont, $2, two and a half, and two or two and a half, and two or two and a half, vertical that two and a half, vertical two or two and a half, and 5, 7 and a half, 10, vertical 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, 20, vertical 222 and a half, and 222 and a half, 5, 227 and a half, 30, and 232 and a half, vertical 5, and 7 and a half, vertical 40, and 240, vertical 40, vertical 40, and 237 and a half, 40, Troy, 237 and a half, 13. Sam Animals. Gracemont. $2, two and a half, and two or two and a half, and two or two and a half, vertical two and a half, vertical two or two and a half, 5, and 205, vertical two or two and a half, 5, and 7 and a half, vertical 10, vertical 12 and a half, 15, and 17 and a half, vertical 217 and a half, and 215, 17 and a half, and 17 and a half here, so 215, Shamlin, put on number 0. Here's steers off that consignment of cattle from Gracemont. Mail says they're already worked. Steer cattle. Say again. No cripple on yours. Okay. Lightweight boys. Red one's a little high back. Saw a black one. Solar black one. 250, 255, 255, vertical 5, vertical 60, vertical 5, vertical 70, vertical 5, vertical 80, and 5, vertical 285, vertical 5, vertical 5, 285, 285 here, Troy, 280, Troy, 3, 280. Now I'm selling the one outside now. We're going to give you the weight on that little red one here in a minute. 335. 335, 335. I enter a 335 on a red one now. $2 and $2.05 and 205. Vertical 205, 555, vertical 205 and 10 and 210, 15, 20, vertical 225, vertical 25 and 30, vertical 235, vertical 35, 40 and 245, vertical 50 and 5, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, 60 and 260, vertical 60, fish 255, 0. Telling bad tales about you last night, David. Let's tell them bad tales about you last night. I wish they could say about me again. I ain't heard anything about me in 25 years. I guess it's good. Yeah. Yeah, it has to be. The Red Angus bulls. Already worked. Already worked. 210. Do what? Vaccination bump. Where's the bump, John? On his cheek. Maybe they vaccinated him there. 2 cattle, go. $2, 2.5, 202.5, and 202.5, 5, 10, and 210, 15, and 210, 15, and 210, 15, 20, and 225. Where's your man? 225, huh? 225. I never did hear you. 225, Fisher out. So 220, feeling 4. Bragg cattle, guys, the Bragg heifers here. Bigs. We don't have a Bragg. Sometimes. You know anything on these, fella? $2, 2.5, and 202.5, 5, vertical 205, vertical 205, vertical 202.5, 5, 7.5, 10, and 10, 12.5, 15, vertical 17.5, 20, and 220, vertical 20, vertical 2.5, and 225, vertical 25, vertical 5, 7.5, 30, and 230, vertical 30, vertical 32.5, vertical 2.5, and 235, vertical 35, 7.5, and 40, and 242.5, vertical 5, and 245, vertical 42.5, feeling, and 242.5, 31, 21. 21. Preg the 21s. Preg the 21s. Looks like same cattle, doesn't it? John, same cattle? Well, I mean, it's got... Two little bulls. Two little bulls. They both go, guys. 210 and 210, 12.5, 15, and 20. They're getting 225. They're getting 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225. They're getting 5, 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 and 25. They're getting 225. Thielen, 220. Thielen, 4. We got a lot of mail, but Same tag as those others. These have the same tag as them one a while ago. Who's that man up there in the chair? Huh? Larry Davis. These have the same tag as them others. No, the last two did not have any tags. These are the same as the one before that. Michael Beard. Don't know. You got anything on this? You got anything on them, John? Beard cattle guys out here Calumet now $2, 2.5, a 2.5, a 2.5, vertical 2.5, vertical 2.5, 5, and 7.5, 10, vertical 12.5, 15, and 17.5, vertical 20, and 222.5, vertical 5, and 225, 7.5, vertical 7.5, 225, 7.5, and 225, 30, and 230, vertical 2.5, vertical 232.5, and 2.5, Thielen 230, put on number 31. Preg all the 31s. Michael Beard again, bulls. Got red ones. That don't help any. B. Okay. Bulls right here now. $1.50, $1.55, and 160, and 155, 65, vertical 5, 70, vertical 5, 175, 80, and 185, vertical 90, 195, and 95, 2, and $2.05, vertical 205, 10, vertical 10, 15, and 20, and 220, vertical 215, 20, vertical 20, and 220, vertical 20, vertical 20, Thielen 215, 7X. You just gonna leave? That's the same ear tag, isn't it? This, these are different. Two bulls. Morrison bulls right here now. 220 and 222 and a half, 5 and 222 and a 5. Vertical now 2 and a 5. Vertical 225 and 222 and a 5. Vertical 5. Vertical 5. Vertical 5. Vertical 5. Thielen 222 and a half, 4. 25 X 25X. Morrison Heifer now. At $1.75, at $1.75, at $1.75, 5, at $1.75, 85, at 90, at 5, at 2, at 5, at 10, at 210, at 205, 10, and 205, 10, 205, 10, 10, Shamlin 205, 2. Put fleshy on there, would you? Please. Let's go to Calumet, the Thompson cattle. Justin Thompson. Supposed to be bull cows, John. Bull cows, $2, 2.5, and 202 and a 5, vertical 205, 7.5, and 10, and 10, 12 and a half, vertical 212 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, vertical 210, 15, now 17 and a half, 20, and 220, vertical 22 and a half, vertical 22 and a half, and 220, 255, and 225, 7 and a half, 30, and 230, vertical 30, vertical 30, vertical 30, SH, and 227 and a half, 36, 36. This will be the Jones cattle down at Elgin. Elgin, Oklahoma. The Orville Jones cattle are 120 days weaned. 120 days weaned, guys. Had 2 rounds of alder shots. Nice set of feeder heifers there. 2 1/4 and 225, 7.5 and 227.5. Better get now 25, 7.5. Better get 7.5, 30 and 232. Better get 4. Better get now 4. Better get 6 and 38, 238, 40 and 242. Better get 244 and 44 is 46, 46, 46, 8 and 48, 50 and 252 and 252. Better get 252, 4 and 254. Better get that 2. Better get that 4. Better get that 4. SH 252, number 26 on them, please. Another one is 120 days weaned on the steer calf. Get a red Angus steer. Heater to get out 230 and 230 and 230 at 120 days now. 235 and 235. Better get out 35, 5, 5. Better get 235 and 235. Better get out 5. Better get 5. Better get 5 and 5. Thielen 230. Number 26. Robert's cattle. Huh? Anytime. I have Robert's cattle right there from Lane, Oklahoma. Got anything on them? $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5. Better get now 2.5. Better get 2.5. Out the gate 202.5, and 202.50, and 202.50. Better get now 5, and 205, 7.5, 10, and 210. Better get 10, 12.5. Better get 12.5, 15, and 17.5. Better get 20, and 222.5, 222.5. Better get 222.5, and 222.50. Better get 2.5, 2.5. Did you? And 25, 225. Internet 222.5, 222.5, 225 here in Champlin. 222.5, 0. Hi. How are you? Oh, so. This will be the Jolene Roberts, just same deal. They were 120 days. No. No information on these. The SCM Roberts cattle right here, no information. $2 now 5 and 205 and 205. Better get 205. Better get 10 and 210. Better get 205 10 and 205 210 205 10 and 205 10 15 and 15 17 and a half. Better get 20 and 222 and a half. Better get 222 and a half and 222 and a half. Better get 2.5 here. Chamonix 220. Number 5. No. 0. Couple of singles off that deal. No information. Jolene Roberts. Should be a heifer right there now to get $2, 2.5, 202.5 for the long-tailed heifer here, 202.5, a $2 bill, 2, to get that $2, to get that 2, and 202.5, to get 2.5, 202.5, and 202.5, to get 2.5, to get Thielen, $2, 31, 11, Preg, 11 in Preg. Here's a single steer off of him. Her brother right there, I guess. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, 5, and 205. Better get 202.5, 5, better get 205, and 202.5, better get 5, and 5, 7.5, 10, and 12.5, better get 15, better get 17.5, 20, and 222.5, better get 5, and 25, 7.5, 30, and 230, better get 30, better get 30. Champlin, 227.5, 7. Male Dennis. Black, white face heifers. Red, white face, and black, white faces. Pretty nice heifers here, Dennis. This will be Carl Smith cattle from Atoka. No information on them, guys. Atoka, Oklahoma. Pretty nice heifers. 210 and 210. They're to get 12.5 and 210, 12.5. They're to get 210, 12.5, 15. They're to get 15 and 15. They're to get 15. Anybody else? And 15 times 17.5. They're to get 17.5. They're to get 17.5 and 217.5 and 217.5. They're to now 7. Got Gary Thielen in. Gary Thielen's in. 215, 17.5, 20, 220. 220. You're both out. 220, 2.5, 225, 225, 220, 225. 222 and a five, 222 and a five. Chamlin, 222 and a half. Oh. Same animals at Toka, Oklahoma here. $1.50, $1.50 now, 60 and 160. You're getting 160, 160, 160, 160, and 150. You're getting 150 and 150. You're getting $1.50. You're getting $5 and $1.55. You're getting $1.55, $1.55. You're getting 55. You're getting 5. You're getting 5 and 55. You're getting 5. You're getting 60 and 165. 165 with throw. 160. I'm sorry, Bryce. Didn't know you was coming too. Withrow on the internet. Steers off them. Steers off from $1 a pound, $1.10. Are they bull steers? Steers, $1.10. Now 20, 110, 20, and 130. You're to get 30, 40. You're to get 50. You're to get 60, and 160, 160. You're to get Bryce out, 165, and 65, 5 now, 65. Bryce is in, 100 now, 570, and 170. Bryce, 175, 175. Josh, 175, 80, and 180, 180. Bryce, 185. Josh, 185. Josh, 185. Josh, 990, 190, 190, 195. Now $2. $2. Now 5. 10. 210, 15. 20. 220. 5. 30. 230. 230. I must have missed them quite a ways. 230. 225, 30. And 30. Chamlin, 225, 0. Trim cattle. Stewart, the wean 90 days. These cattle, my mail says, wean 90 days. Correct me if I'm wrong, okay? 90 days wean now on the heifers here. 230, and 230, to get 2.5, and 232 and a half, to get 2.5, to get 232 and a half, and 235, and 37 and a half, 40, and 242 and a half, 5, and 7 and a half, to get 47 and a half, and 247 and a half, to get 7 and a half, and 245, 7 and a half, to get 7 and a half. Jeff Reuter, 245, 14. 90 days on the steers. $90 days on the steers, 250 and 255 and 55 and 60 and 260 and 65 and 5 and 65 and 65 65 and 65 265 and 70 and 270 a pound and 270 a pound 270 and 70 and 70 and 270. Jeff Reuter, 265. That's what it said. 35. Lessing cattle. Cement, Oklahoma, Dennis. These will be bulls. Did you bring me coffee, Bob? I'll forgive you. They're bulls right here, 175 and 175, 80 and 180. They're to get 175. Played a bit today, guys. 180 and 175, 80 now, 5 now, 90, 195, 95, 2 and 205. They're to get 5, they're to get 7 and a half, 10 and 210. They're to get 12 and a half. They're to get your man and 12 and a half, 12 and a half, 15 and 215, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 5, 227 and a half, 30 and 232 and a half, 5, 237 and a half, 40 and 240. They're to get 40. SH 237 and a half, number 36. Bulls again, Dennis. Tuesday's bull day. No pregnant heifers on Tuesday. Bulls right here now. Bulls right here now. They're getting now 220 and 222 and a half and 222 and a half. They're getting now 2 and a half. They're getting 220. They're getting 2 and a half, 5 and 222 and a half, 225, 7 and a half. They're getting 30. They're getting 30, 30, 30, 230 and 227 and a half, 30 and 230. They're getting now 30. They're getting 32 and a half and 232 and a half, 5, 235. They're getting 5. They're getting 5, 35, 7 and a half and 37 and a half, 7 and a half. SH 235, SH 36. No. Black Bally heifers got male. For good K is 235.40 at 235 to get 40 at 235.40 to get 40 to get 40 to get 40 at 235 you get 40 to get 40 to get 40 at 240 to get 35 45 at 45 50 at 250 to get 50 to get 50 to get 55 at 255 to get a TD at 250 32. Slinger? Huh? No, it's Slinger. Is that his name? Two Heifer, right? You can write on ticket twice if you want to. 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, to get 12 and a half, 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, to get 15, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, to get 2 and a half, and 225, and 227 and a half, 30, 2 and a half, to get 35, and 37 and a half, to get 7 and a half, 35, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, sold 235, Thielen number 26X, 21X, 21X, Preg 'em. Preg all the 21s. Today, bulls, steers, bulls here, $2, 2 and a half, and 202 and a 5, and 205, 10, to get 15, now 20, and 225, to get 25, bull K is 225, and 225, 225, to get now 25, 30, and 235, to get 5, to get 5, 40, and 245, to get 45, 50, and 255, and 255, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 60, and 260, to get now 60, and 260, fish, 255, 5. More of the Slingers. Never seen that name. More of the same bulls. They're bulls right here. $2, 2 and a half, and 5, and 205, 10, to get 10, to get 15, now 20, to get 20, to get 5, to get 30, and 230, 2 and a half, to get 5, and 37 and a half, 40, and 240, to get 40, 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 and 40, 42 and a half, and 242 and a half, 245, and 45, SH 242 and a half, put them at 36. Chris Jones, Torres. Denton, Texas has been weaned for 1 week. 235, 235, and 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 35. Don't look like they got a lot of milk when they're there, though. At 235, 235, to get 35, 40, at 235, 40, at 235, 45, at 245, 245, 50, at 260, 260 a pound, 70, 270, 80, 290, 290, 290, 290, seawall. 280 a pound, seawall. 5 more of them. Don't look like they've had a lot of milk, guys. Heifer heads right here, 225, 30, at 225, to get 30, at 225, to get 35, to get 235, at 235, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 235, you bid, and 35, and 30, huh? Got him. 235, 40, 245, 245, 50, at 250, 250 gets your man, 50, 245, 50, 245, 55, and 55, 60, and 260, 85, and 265, 35, 260, number 2. 2X? No. It looks like a 2X to me. 2X, okay. Jeez. Please. 6 of them. More of the Torres cattle have been weaned for a week. 210, 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and to get 12 and a half, and to get 210 now, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, 15, and to get 17 and a half, 20, and 222 and a half, and to get 5, and 27 and a half, and to get 7 and a half, and to get 227 and a half, 30, and 230, and to get 30, and to get 30, and to get 30, and to get 30, and 227 and a half, and to get, got that man up there, 227 and a half, when to get 30, and 30, to get 30, so 227 and a half, put him on 13, Troy. Thank you. Did you? Male coming. I don't know where he is. Long tail. Long tails. Been weaned for 2 weeks. I don't believe it. You believe it, Dennis? You do? 220 and 220 to get 22 and a half and 222 and a half to get 2 and a half. Don't believe everything you read. 222 and a half and 222 and a half 222 and a half to get 2 and a half to get 2 and a half 5 and 225 7 and a half 30 and 230 to get 32 and a half to get 232 and a half and so 230 putable Thielen number 21X 21X. All the 21s. We've already told them in the back. All the 21s. Here's a bull cast. Bouquet is right here now to get $2 now. 5 and 205 and 205, 205, 10 and 205 to get 10, 205, 10, 15 down 20 and 225 to get 30 and 235 to get 40 and 245 and 245, 50 and 255 to get 55, 60 and 265 to get 570 and 270 to get 70 to get 270 and 275 and 275, 80 and 5, 285, 90 and 5 to get 3 to get 3, 35 and 3. 5, 10 and 310 to get 3 5 to get 10 305 10 15 and 15 to get 15 to get 15 wait on you 20 and 320 so 315 put them on Troy 3 little girls off of we didn't have anything on them. New deal. Got anything on them? Nothing on. Come Chickasha. Come now, Chickasha, Oklahoma guys. Good heifers here now. 220 and 222 and a half and 222 and a half. To get 2 and a half. To get 22 and a half. 5 now. 7 and a half. 30 and 230. To get 2 and a half. To get 5 and 7 and a half. To get 40. To get 2 and a half. To get 5 and 7 and a half. To get 50. To get 2 and a half. To get 55 and 55. To get 55. 7 and a half and 60. To get 2 and a half. To get 2 and a 5 and 7 and a half. 70 and 272 and a half. 5 and 277 and a half. 80. 282 and a half. 5. 285 to get 7 and a half and 7 and a half. 280 dinner shot. 287 and a half. Jeff Reuter 285 4. Same cattle, know nothing about them. Come Chickasha, good Angus cattle. 225 30 and 225 30 and 230 40 and 240 50 and 250 60 to get 70 and 270 80 to get 270 give 80 and 270 give 80 to get 280 to get 280. Who said yeah? 280 and 80. 290, 290, 293, $3 5, 305 10, 15 20, 325, 325, 325, 325 here, David Dodd, 320, number 0. New deal. Nice calves, fresh off the cow, guys. Right here now, 2 1/4, and 2 1/4, 30, and 230. To get now 30, to get now 30, to get 30, and 230. Gonna do anything here, Terry? 230 and 230 to get now 30, to get 30, to get 30. It's your granddaughter. 230, 40. I guess your daughter. 230, 40, 230, 40, 50, and 250, 60, and 260, and 260, to get 260 a pound, and 250, 60, 250, 60, to get sold. 250, TD 35, TD 35. Male, Dennis. Mike, how are you, bud? You okay? You okay, Mike? Billy, you okay, Billy? You okay, Billy? He's waving that white flag. I thought you give up. Surrender. You surrender. What do I got here, Heifers? Okay, male. Okay. Thank you. Thank you a while ago. Okay, Austin cattle here. Heifer is here now. 235 and 235, 5, 5, 5, 235 and 35, 45, and get 45, 50 now, 5 and 65 and 265 and 265, and get 5, and get 5, and get 5, and get 5, TD 260, number 32. Bouquet is off of. Yeah, I Bill Sweeney. Thank you. What do you got? Bull calves. Little bull calves here. 250 and 250. There to get 60 and 260. There to get 70. There to get 70, 80. There to get 90. There to get 293 and $3.05. There to get 10 and 10, 15, 20. There to get 320 and 315, 20 and 315, 20 and 320. There to get now 20. There to get now 20. Fish. 315 fish. Oh. Male Dennis, please. Another set of calves. Bull calves here now, 275.80 and 275.80 and 280. There to get 75. There to give 80, 280, 280, 280 and 280. There to get 75. There to give 80 and 280. There to get 75, 80 and 280. There to go $2 now, 10 and $2.10 and 220 and 210, 20. There to get now 220. There to get now 20. There to get 30 and 230, 40. There to get 50. There to get 60 and 260. I think so. 260 and 260 up here and 250, 60. TJ out 260, 55, 65. 265, 255, 65. TJ, 255. Troy, 3. Little heifer cattle right here, $2.10 and $2.10 and $2.10 and $2.10. There to get now 10 to buy, but to get 10, 10, 10, 10, 210 and 210. There to get now 10, there to get now 20 and 210, 220 and 210, 220 and 210, 25 and 225, 225, 225, 225. There to get now 25, 25. TD, 220, number 35. Edmond, Oklahoma. They've had a round of shots. Conforth cattle. They've had a round of shots. Good case. $2 now, 5 and 205 and 205 and 205. Vertical now 205. Vertical 205. Vertical 5. Excuse me, 205 and 205. 205, 205, to get 7.5 and 10, to get 210, 12.5 and 212.5, 210, 12.5 and 12.5, 15 and 215, 17.5, 20 and 222.5, 5, 227.5, 30 and 232.5, 5, 237.5, 40 and 242.5, 5 and 247.5, 50 and 252.5, 5, 257.5, 60 and 2.5, 5, 7.5, 72.5, 5, 7.5, 80 and 282.5, 282.5. Both got the same order. 282.5, 282.5. So 280. Put them on Troy. 13, 13. 4 heifers right here now. They're getting 4 more heifers right here. Edmond, Oklahoma, and $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5, 5, and 205. They're getting 202.5, 5, and 205, 7.5, 10, and 210, 12.5. They're getting 15, and 17.5, 20, 222.5. They're getting 222.5, and 5, 225, 7.5, 30, and 232.5. They're getting 32.5, and 7.5. They're getting 40, and 242.5. They're getting 5, and 7.5. They're getting 50, and 250. 2.5, to get 5 and 5, to get 5, to get 5. So 252.5. Troy, 13, 15. All the steer calves come with them. Edmond, Oklahoma had a round of shots. Good calves, aren't they? 275, 275, and 275, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, 275, 80, and 280, vertical 75, 85, vertical 5, 90, and 95, vertical 3, vertical 3, 5, and 10, vertical 15, 20, and 325, vertical 325, and 320, you want to get 5, vertical 325, and 25, vertical 25, did you get it? And 25, Troy, at 320, put on number 3. 3. Steers, Conforth, Addis round of shots, $2, staff 5, and 205, 10, and 205, 10, to get 210, to get 10, to get 10, 10, 15, now 20, and 5, 30, to get 5, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 240, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 5, 245, 50, and 255, 60, and 265, and 65, to get 265, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, Jeff Reuter, 260, 35, 45. Bulls off them. Little Bulls, $2.10, and $2.10, 20, and 220, there to get now, 210 now, 20, there to get now, 20, there to get 20, and 210, 220, there to get now, 210, 20, 30, and 230, 40, 50, and 250, 60, and 260, there to get now, 260, and 250, 260, 70, and 270, there to get 70, sir, and 270, there to get 70, there to get 70, Troy, 260, 3. Bring a little mail if you would, Dennis, on your way. Bulls again. Could be the same bulls. Same ear tags, Dennis. No, it is not. White cattle, Jack and Martha, down there at Lawton, Oklahoma. I know the well-bred cattle. They here? Hey, Jack, how are you? Jack and Wanda, or Martha? There he is. Not Wanda, Martha. I knew that. Good to see y'all. Lawton, Oklahoma. Good cash. $2, 2.5, and 205, and 205, 10. They're to get that 10, 15. They're to get that 15, and 15 now 20. They're to get 25. They're to get 30, and 235, and 40, and 245, 50, and 255. They're to get 60, and 5. They're to get 70. They're to get 275, and 280, and 280, 275, 80, and 275. 8, you give 80, Gary, and 280. They're to give 80. They're to give 80. Jeff Reuter, 275, 35, 45. Here's some more of them. These are steers. These will be steers. Those were bulls. 25. The others were steers. They were bulls. They were bulls, I'm told. Jack, were them all steers? They were all steers. 45. Thank you. Okay, steer cattle right down Lawton, Oklahoma. Pretty good hand right here. $2, 9, 10, and $2.10, and 210. They're to get 10, about 15. They're to get 20. They're to get 25. They're to get 30, and 235, 40, and 45, 50, and 250, 2.5, 5, and 55, 7.5, 60, and 260, 2.5, 5, and 65. They're to get 260, 2.5, 5. Internet's out, 7.5, 260, 7.5. Internet's in, and 265, 7.5, and 265, 7.5. Bryce Haynes, 265. Number 56. The whites, thank you guys. I said all of them. I appreciate y'all being with us. Randy Mervelt, Okarche. Got anything on them? $2, 2.5, 5, and 205. They're to get 10, they're to get 10, 15, they're to get now 20, and 220, they're to get now 20, they're to get now 220, and 220 a pound, 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 30, they're to get 30, they're to get 30, they're to get 30, and 225, 30, and 5, they're to get 235, 40, and 245, they're to get 45, they're to get 45, and 245, they're to get 5, Troy, 240, 13. That's the way I feel about it. They got long tails. More Randy Mervelts. They're Randy. TJ, you talk to him? They look weaned to me, guys. They are weaned, no doubt about it. 220, and 220, they're to get 2.5, they're to get 7.5, 30, they're to get 2.5, 5, they're to get 7.5, 40, and 240, they're to get 40, and 240, they're to get 237.5, 40, and 40, they're to get 42.5, and 245, and 245, internet, 245, 7.5, and 50, and 250, internet, 52.5, 5, and 7.5, 60, 2.5, 265, and 65, internet, 265, 265, internet's out, 265. 262 and a half, and 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, feeling 262 and a half, number 36, 31, 31, and yeah, all the 31s. Here's two more of them, guys, right here. 220 and 222 and a half, and 222 and a half, and 220, there to get 2.5, 5, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 225, 222 and a half, you'll get 5, and 5, there to get 5, feeling 222 and a half for them, 11, brag them. Yeah, 21, I think just 21. I don't know, 21. Anything's got a 21 or a brag 'em. Little black steers, same deal. They got a wean look to me, folks, right there. Randy Mervelt, right there, 250, at 255, at 255, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, at 255, and Heber's brought more than that, guys. 255, 60, at 260, at 255, 60, vertical at 260, vertical 55, 60, and 65, and 570, get your man 70, 270, 270, die 5, 275, 275, 275, vertical 5, vertical 5, Varner, 270, 501. Is that who you had? 501. Same animals right there now. They're to get at 240, at 242 and a half, at 242 and a half, 7 and a half, they're to get 7 and a half, 50, at 250, they're to get 50, they're to get 2 and a half, 5, at 57 and a half, 60, at 262 and a half, they're to get 2 and a half, they're to get 2 and a half, at 262 and a half. Internet's in, at 262 and a half, at 262 and a half, 5, at 265. They don't want you in, Internet. Now 7 and a half, at 267 and a half, 70, at 270, now 2 and a half, at 272 and a half. He's in again at 272 and a half, better get 2 and a half. So 270 Internet, 270 Bryce. Put him on number 5-6. How's it look, Tommy? How's it look? How's it look? Bring me some mail. Heber is long-tailed Heber's here, 235, at 235, at 235, they're to get at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, at 240, they're to get at 235, 40, and 5, they're to get 45, 7 and a half, they're to get 50, at 255, and 5, they're to get 55, 2 and a 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, 2 and a 5, 255, Troy at 252 and a half, 15. Was that them? Heart cattle, John. The heart cattle. Another one right there now, 2 1/4, at 225, at 225, they're going to 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, at 225, they're going to 25, 25, 25, $2. Now 10, $2, 10, $2, 10, at 210, 210, 10, 10, 10, 210, 210, and 10, Thielen, $2. 2. Little. Bulls. Bull K is here now, 235.40, at 235.40. Hoke cattle here, John, 235, at 235. Scott cattle here, John, 235, at 235, 235, 7 and a half, at 237 and a half, at 35, at 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, at 237 and a half, and 7 and a half, at 7 and a half. Thielen, 235, Thielen 4. The Bulls, steers, Scott cattle, steers now. Nice steers. 220, 222 and a half, and 222 and a half, and 228 to get 2.5, to get 5, and 225, 7.5, and 30 to get 2.5, 5, and 37 and a half, 40, and 242 and a half, 5, and 7.5, 50, and 252 and a half, 5, and 7.5, 60, and 2.5 to get 5, and 7.5 to get 267 and a half, and 267 and a half, and 70, and 270 internet, 272 and a half, and 270. How'd you get out of that? 272 and a half. I sold 270. Put them on Bryce. 56. You're living right, young man. You're living right there now. Here's where we go. Enter to get Scott Kell at 235.40, at 235.40, at 235, to get 7.5, 35, 7.5, at 235, 7.5, 40, at 242 and a half, to get 45, and 45, to get 42 and a half, and 42 and a 7.5, and 7.5, 47 and a half, and 47 and a half, to get 7.5. Right, Thielen 245, Thielen 7. What do you got here, Dennis? They got the same brand, don't they? No, don't. No, they don't. They got a circle F. Phi. Jimmy Phi. Long wing and open. Jimmy Phi. Down Comanche, I'll bet you. Long wing, guys. Good case. Good case here, 240 and 240 to get 2.5 and 245, 50 to get 5 and 252 and a half and 252 and a half to get 2.5 to get 2.5 and 250 to get 2.5 here, 2.5. So 250. Put them on 5.5 Dodd. Here's a Shipley cattle down Chickasha. Shipley cattle down Chickasha. They're always known to have the good ones. Shipley's, TJ. 21 days, 235, 235, to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, 235, 40, to get 235, 40, 235, 40, 240, to get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 40, to get 40, to get 40, so 235, Troy, 13. No. Been out here 35 years. Well, I wasn't, but I'm not just 60, so what do you think? Long tails, heifers. Long tail heifers. Same cattle as Shipley's down Chickasha. Looks like the weaned D's was to me. They're getting at 235, at 235, to get 7.5, at 235, 7.5, to get 40, at 240, to get 2.5, to get 45, at 245, at 242 and a 5, 245, at 242 and a 5, 245, Troy, 242 and a half, 15. Here's a little one off of him. A little heifer off of him. Shipley. He's a steer. Hey, Bob. $3 now 10 and $3.10 and $3 now 10. They're to get at 3.10. They're to get at 10. They're to get at 10 and 10. They're to get 10, 10, 10, 3.10 and 3.10, 3.10, 3.10 and 10, 10, 10. Troy $3 3. 1. Here comes some more of them. Shipley's. Chickasha. Nice K is 275 at 275, 275 at 275, 80, 285, 90, 90, 90, 90, 290 at 285, 90, 285, 90, 90, 90, short, 285, on 3. Some more of them, same cattle. Same animals. Same good black animals right there. Shipley, 250, and 250 to get 2.5, and 252.5 to get 2.5, to get 252.5, and 252.5, and 252.5 to get 2.5, to get 2.5, and 252.5. Thinking about you, young man. 5 and 255, 7.5 to get 7.5, 60, and 262.5, and 2.5, 5 and 5 to get 5 to get 5, 65, and 62.5, and 2.5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5. So 262.5. Put them on. Bryce, number 56. Where are you going, Dennis? Get the bugs off. Get the bugs off. Here's a good calf. More than one, Bob. Good calf, guys. More than one, Bob. You're doing a good job holding him in, Dennis. She gonna run by you. She said I give you time. Yeah, there's more than one, and they're pretty good, aren't they? Really, really nice fruit. Mr. Head, Freddie Head. Okay, thanks. No info. Freddie Head cattle right there. 225 and 225 and 225 to get 30 and 230 to get 5 to get 5 40 to get 5 to get 50 and 55 to get 60 to get 5 and 70 to get 5 and 80 to get 5 to get 90 to get 290 90 Troy 285. Put them on 13. Sold cows yesterday. John Head, Mr. Head from Eric. She remembers the cows. Was you here yesterday? Mr. Head right here from Eric, Oklahoma. And 235 and 235 and 235 40 to get out 35 to get 235 and 235 to get out 35 35 35 40 and 240 to get 235 40 and 240 to get out 40 to get out 40 to get 40 40. So 235 Thielen 2. You remember Gary Owens' cattle yesterday? John don't. Heifer cattle right there now, 220 and 222 and a half and 222 and a half and 2 and a half and 222 and a half and 222 and a half and 27 and a half, 30 and 230 to get 30 to get 30 to get 30 to get 30 and 230 to get 30 to get 30. Jeff Reuter, 227 and a half, 6. Here's a Bose coming with the heifers. That's the best I've ever seen you look right there, young man. Don't you think, Dennis? Best I've ever seen him look. What's her name? Stage right there now. Hi, girl. Here we go into the boy kids right there. 250, 75, and 255, and 255, and 55, and 55, 60, and 5, and 70, and 270, and 270. You're out here, 70, and 5, and 80, and 5, and 90, and 90, and 290, 285, 90, and 90, 285, 90. Troy, 285. Put them on 1. Rupture. Bulls 225 and 225. Vertical now 7.5. Vertical now 7.5. 225 7.5 and 225 7.5. 225 7.5. Rupture on the last cattle. Rupture on the last cattle. 225 7.5. Where am I? 225 7.5. 225 7.5. 225 7.5. Everybody else here 7.5 and 7.5. Vertical 7.5. Thielen 225 5. Another bull. Another good little bull calf right there now. 250 at 255 at 255 at 55 vertical 5 TJ 55 vertical 5 nice calf here 55 at 255 60 and 5 vertical 5 ziggy yeah here 5 vertical 5 at 265 vertical 5 TJ 260 Troy number 3. Here's another one. Big bull right here now. $1.50, $1.55, and 155. Vertical 5, 60, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, 65, 70, and 5, and 175, vertical 75, 180, 180, 180, 185. Thank you, Dennis. 85, 90, 195, 195, $2, $2, $2, $2. Sold 195. Terry 11. Poor old Antonio. We're going to cuss him. He's not even here. What do you got here, Dennis? Got a little old thin flesh cattle. J&L cattle from Matador, Texas. You had the cows yesterday off of these. There you go, right here off the cows yesterday. They're good Angus cattle too, folks. At 245, at 245, at 45, at 45, at 245, at 45, 45, 45, 45, at 245. They're not very fleshy, guys. 245, at 245, at 45. A little heavy, hard to sell today. At 245, at 225, at 30, at 5, at 40, at 5, at 50, at 250. Sold 245, TD 35. 17 more of the little cattle from Matador. Right off the cows yesterday. I wasn't here. Nice heifers right here now. They got 2 1/4, 225, 225, they can 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, they can 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 230, 230, they get 5, they get 5, 40, they get 40, they get 40, and 5, they get 45, 50, 250 now, 5, they get 5, 60, 65, they get 5, they get 70, 270, they get 65, 70, and 70, they get 70. Jeff Reuter, 265, 5. 4. Here's steers off them. Okay, yard them out now. A slick, narrow black. Here's the same cattle, guys. Matador, Texas. 3 1/4, 325, and 325. Vertical 25, 25, 25, 325, and 325. Vertical 25, 25, 25, 25. $3. $3. $3. If y'all don't want that white one, I'll hold him. $3 a pound. Anybody want to give $3 for a good little calves? $2 a pound. They're all going. All going. 220, 230, 240, 250, 250, 60, 260, 70, 270, 260, 70, 270, So 260 fish, 0. Here's same cattle, guys. Same cattle. My male says they've already been worked. Had a round of shots on the cow. Very good set of black calves now. 250 and 5, vertical 255, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, and 255, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, 60, and 265, and 5, vertical 5, 70, vertical 275, vertical 80, and 280, vertical 275, 80, and 275, 80, vertical 80, vertical 85, 85, 90, and 290, vertical 90, vertical 90, David Dodd, 285, number 0. Same cattle, guys. Yeah, if you want to. We'll hold out one really, 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 really good Holstein. Sell the rest of them steers right there. Good steers, guys. 220 and 220, 20, 20, and 222 and a half, 222 and a half, and 222 and a half, 2 and a half, 222 and a half. Anybody else? 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 2 and a half, 2 and a half. Now 5, 227 and a half. So 225 feeling. 4. You want him off? Bring him back. New deal, Smith cattle. 30 days weaned off the cows. They didn't even know their mamas, did they? 225, 225, 225, and 225. Better get that 25, 25, 25. Little bitty's not good today. 225, 30, and 230, and 230. Better get that 225, 30, 30, 30, 30. Anybody else? 230, 230 a pound. So 225, Terry, 2X. Here's some more of them. Guys, this right here might be the hole today if you want to buy some light heifers. Same deal. Two and a quarter, 225, it again now 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, at 230, it again now 25, 30, it again 230, and 230 a pound, it again 225, 30, and 230, it again now 30, it again now 30, it again now 30, Terry, 225, 2. Think that's a hole. Ask Jason what that name is on them black heifers I was supposed to call Shane on. I forgot the name. I told him. We both forgot it. Or black calves that I supposed to tell Shane about. Here's some heifer calves. Not much flesh on these little old cattle, folks. Eric Smith. Wasn't that same deal somewhere? Okay. Same cattle. Eric Smith cattle. No information on them, guys. They're thin flesh, though. 225, 225, and 225, and again at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225, and again at 25, 20. Y'all keep them alive, it'll make a mint. 225, 30, 230. 30 days wean, 30 days wean. 225, 30, 230, 225, 30, 235, 40, 45, 245, 245. So, 240. S&H 23. 30 days wean, Billy tells you. Eric Smith, 30 days. Looks like it's more than that, don't it? They don't have much flesh on them. Double H? I know he told me somebody else. All right, here we go. What are you looking at? Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. What are you looking at? $2 now 10 and $2.10, 15 and 15.20. They're looking at 225 and 225. They're looking at 25, 25, 25, 25 and 225. Anybody else here? 225 and 225. They're looking 225 and 225. They're looking at 25, 25, 25, 25 and 225. SH 220. Put them on number 24. Thank you. Here's steers off of them, guys. They're 30 days wean, Bill tells you. Little old lightweight calves. 2 and a quarter. 2 and a quarter, 30. 2 and a quarter, 30. If you need some lightweight calves, you can keep them alive. Here's a deal. 225. 225 and 225 and 225 and again 25, 25, 25, 25 and 30. 230, where are you? 225, 35. 235, 40. 245, 50. 250 a pound, 55, 255, 255, Varner, 250, 25X. And then he said 25. I understand. No, I said 250. I was asking 252, and then he said 25. I can see where you got 52. This same cattle. Same cattle, guys. They had 30 days weaning on them. $2.95 and 205 and 205 and again 205 and again 205 and again 205 and 210 and 205 7.5 207.5 and 205 7.5. Anybody else here? 7.5 and 205 10 and 210 and again 10 and again 12.5 and 15 and again 17.5 and again 17.5 and 215 17 50 and a half. So 215. Put them on 0 0. That's all them cattle, guys. We're going to go to Justin, Texas. Justin, Texas. What you got here? No information on these. You got anything on these? This is the Hardiman cattle. I believe he is talking to me right there. Hardman calves, guys. Justin, Texas. Good calves. 220, 220, it'll get 2.5, and 220, 2.5, it'll get 2.5, it'll get 220, and 220, it'll get 20, you get it 20, it'll get 20, it'll get 20, and 220, it'll get 20, it'll get 20, it'll get 20, it'll get 20, and 220, $2 now 10, and $2 bill 10, and $2 now 10, and $2 now 10, it'll get 210, and 210, it'll get 10, it'll get 10, and 10, and 10, SH, $2, number 23. Same peppers, guys, right here, Justin, Texas, $2, and $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5. Thank you, Dennis, 2.5, and 202.5. Who give $2? Start me. $2 now, 2.5, 202.5. Anybody else? Now 5, 27.5, 207.5. So 205. SH, 24. There's some long tail looking cattle, guys. Same cattle. I bet they's kicked off or something. Pretty nice. $2, 2, and $2 bill 2. You're to get 2.5, and 202.5, and get 205, 7.5, 10, and 210, 12.5, 15. You're to get 17.5, and 217.5, 20, and 222.5, and get 5, and 225, 7.5, and get 7.30, and 232.5, and 232.5, 232.5, and 232.50. You're to get 2.5 here. Thielen at 230. Number 31 in Pragum. I didn't know it till Dennis told me. Here we go. More of the Hardiman calves. Little bull calves. Out of Justin, Texas, guys. Look like they just pulled them off the cow, and here they are. Anybody got a little time? 250. 250 a pound, 250. They're all going to go, guys. 250 at 255 at 255. They're going to 55. They're going to 55. They're going to 55 at 255. They're going to 55. They're going to 55. They're going to 55. They're going to 55 at 55. They're going to 5. $2. $2 bill. Now 2. 210. 210. 210, they're going to 10 to buy, but to get 10, and 210, they're going to 10, they're going to get 210, and 210, they're going to 10 to buy, but to get 10, but to get 10, but to get 10. Terry Bomack, $2 a pound. 3, 4. Steers or bulls? Bulls again. Bulls again. Right, need male, Dennis. Need male, John. Need male right here at 225, at 225, and again at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, at 225, and again at 25, steer cattle guy at 225, right out of Justin, Texas, 225, 7.5, and 7.5, and again 27.5, and 227.5, and 7.5, and again 7.5, and again 7.5, Thielen, 225, 4. I bet here's some more. 2 drafts in a row, I'm sure, John. Yep. Hardiman Bulls. Hardiman Bulls right here now, $1.75.80 and $175, $1.75, $1.75, and $1.75, and $1.75. These are bigger guys, $175 and $175.80, $185, $185, $182.5, now 5, $187.5, $90, and $192.5, $192.50, $195, $195, $192.5, $192.5, $192.5, $1.5, $1.5, $1.5, $1.5. So $192.5, Chamberlain O. That's all that consignment. We thank you, Hardimans. Yardee's out. Turn around. What do you got? Move, John. See if you can hold him. See? A big hawk. Very good. Very good. He knew he didn't need to go with him. Very good, young man. Dollar a pound. $1.10. 120. 130. 140. 140 internet. 50. 60. $1.60. $1.60 on a big hawk. 70. $1.70. $1.70. Sold. $1.60 on the internet. With row. Thank you, guys. Did Ricardo see that? He just didn't want to go out there, did he? Saved him a trip, didn't he? There you go. There you go. There's a light heifer calf right here. We're starting on a new deal, guys. This right off the cow. You talk about a good heifer calf here. 250, 250, 250, they're taking out 50, they're taking out 50, 250, they're taking out 50, they're taking out 50, 250 here, 50 there, but to get 50, 250, they're taking out 50, they're taking out 50, 250, 235, 235, 40, 240, 235, 40, 235, 40, 235, 40, they're taking out 40, they're taking out 40, and 40, you make 235, you makes nothing. Hey, good heifer calves right here now. They're taking out 250, 235, 235. They're taking out 35, 35. White face cattle 235, 235, 235, 40. Where are you? 240 and 45 and 45, 50, 255. They're taking 55, 60, 260, 255, 60, 255, 60, 260. They're taking out 64. Everybody, Jeff Reuter 255, 4. Hey, white face heifers right there, guys. Here, white face heifers at 230, 230, there to get 2.5, 230, 2.5, they're getting out 2.5, whoop on them here, 2.5, 230, 2.5, and now 5, and now 40, they're getting out 45, and now 50, they're getting out 55, and 255, and 255, and 255, you both out over here, 255, and 55, 35, 35, 35, Jeff Reuter, 250, number 5. Bulls. Little bull calves 250 and 250. Good bull calves here 250 and 250 a pound and 250. They're to get out 50. They're to get out 50 and 250. They're to get out 50. They're to get 50 and 250, 60 and now 70 and now 80 and 280. 280. Them heifers get lonely without them. 280, 270 give 80, 270 give 80 and 80 here. So 270 put them on .0. Hey, just like them heifer mates. Woo! It won't get much better than that, will it? They're steered too, I believe. Already worked, guys. Here, 250, 60, and 260, 70. They're taking out 70. They're taking out 70, 80. They're taking out 80. They're taking out 93 at 310, and now 20 and 310, 20. They're taking out 20. They're taking out 20. They're taking out 20 at 310, 15 and 310. You're out over here, 15 and 310, 15, 310. You're to get 15. Everybody, Jeff Reuter, 310, 4, 44. Same animals right there, John, right here. And they're going to get the boys right there. They're going to get 250 and 250. They're going to get 2.5 and 250, 2.5. They're going to get 2.5. They're going to get 250 now, 2.5 and 250, 2.5. Same calves here, steer cattle and 2.5, 5 and 255 and 55. They're going to get 55. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5. They're going to get 5 and 55. Blue Bryce Haynes, 250. Bryce Haynes, number 56. They cut him off because he's the best. They cut him off because he's the best. Yeah, he's a bull. Probably going to keep him for a herd bull. What? 2 1/4, 225, and 225, 30, to get 30, 40, to get 40, to get 45, and 45, to get 45, to get 245, and 45, and 245, to get 45, 45, feeling 240, put him number 5. Where you going, John? Male. Good Charlotte bulls. Got the papers on night. Yeah, they're virgin registered bulls, bred and raised in El Reno. They originated from South Dakota and Canada. 4 copies are original registration papers. I got the original registration papers in my head, my hands. If you want these papers, it'll cost you $100 per head extra. If you want the papers on them, it'll cost you $100 a head extra. Get a little Charlotte breeding bulls here. $1.50, $1.50, $1.55, they're gonna 55, 60, they're gonna 5, they're gonna 70, they're gonna 5, and 75, 80, 180, 180, 180, 180, and 175, 80, and 175, 80, they're gonna give $80, $80, $80, $80, and 80, they're gonna give 80. Well bred now, $80, and 80, they're gonna give 80, they're gonna give 80, they're gonna get Terry, 175, Terry 11. You want the papers? No. Right here now, they're getting heifer calves right here now. They're getting good little heifer calves here. And they're getting 2 1/4, and 2 1/4, 30, and 230. They're getting 30, 40, and 240. They're getting 230. They're getting 40, and 240. They're getting 230, 40, and 230, 40, 50, and 60. They're getting 60, and 260. They're getting 60, and 250 now, 60, and 60. I'd hate to be little today. 260, and 260, and 260. Where'd you get it? 260, 260. So 250. Put them on TD30, TD30. I think so. 4 more little heifers. Little lightweight heifers here now. 2 1/4, 30, and 2 1/4. But to get 30, and 230. To get 25, and to get 30, and 225, 30, and 225, 35, 40, and 240. To get 40, to get 40, to get 40, and 240. You might need it now. 50, and 250 now. 5, and 255 here now. 60, and 260, and 255, 60, and 55, 60. To get SH 255 number 24, 23. I'm sorry. Little boy calves. Little boy calves right here now. They're to get 250, and 250, and 260. They're to get and 250 now, 60 a pound, and 70, 270 a pound, 270 a pound, 270 a pound, 270 a pound, 270 a pound here. They're to get so 260. Put them on Terry 2. Yeah, 3 more drafts of these. Hey, got steers, aren't they? Fancy steers here. Enter to get 225, 30, at 225, 30, enter to get 30, enter to get 30, enter to get 225, at 25, enter to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, at 225, enter to get 30, at 225, 30 behind the money, guys. You'll get 30, at 225, 30, 225, at 235, now 7.5, internet, 37.5, internet, 40, at 240, enter to get 40, enter to get 40, at 237.5, 40, enter to get 40. So 237.5, put them on Bryce number 56. These are bulls right off them stairs. Bulls off them stairs now. $2, 2.5, and 202 and a half, and 205, 10, to get that 10, to get that 10, and 15, to get 25, and 225, and 225, to get that 25, 30, and 230, to get that 25, you'll get 30, and 225, 30, and 30, to get 30, something out 30, to get that 30, to get 30, and 30 SH, 225 SH, 36. There's an older bull. He knows better. $1.50, $1.60, to get 70, to get 80, to get 90, to get $2 now 10, and 210, and 210, to get now 10 to buy, to get 10, and 210, to get now 10 to buy, to get 10, and 210, to get now 10 to buy, to get 10, 10, 10. Terry, $2. Put him on Terry 11, $2. Mail, John. There's a little wet bag cow. Wet bagged heifer. This is a wet bag too. No. Just one of them got a wet bag in it. Means she'll feed the best. Means she'll feed the best. Larry Davis. Dover, Oklahoma. Long Mr. Davis right up there. Miss Davis, good to have you guys with us.
Larry, are they open? Are they open? Oh, yeah.
Guarantee them to be open, guys. Guarantee them to be open. Okay, it's not Wednesday, but they sure look like it right there. I entered again at 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and I get 210 now, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and I get 210, and 210, and again at 10 to buy, but I get 10, 10, 10, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half. Everybody else here, 2, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and I get 12 and a half, and 12 and a half, and I get 12 and a half. Gary Thielen, 210. Put him on number 11, X and Pragum. Same deal, yes. Little heifer right here. Little heifer right here now. They're going to get $2.10, and 210, and 210. They're going to 15, and 210. They're going to 15. They're going to 15. They're going to 15, and 210, 12 and a half, 15. They're going to 20, and 225. They're get 30, and 235. They're get 5. They're get 5. You get 540, and 245. They're going to 45, and 245 here. They're going to Troy 240, 15, 13. I'm sorry, 13. Little small bull off of him. See, walk a little different. Not too bad. Good bull calf right here now. $1.50, $1.60, and 160. They're getting 160, 160, 160, and 160. They're getting 160. He'll be no cheaper, guys. 150, 160, and 150, 160, and 150, 160, 70, and 170, and 170. Good calf here. 170, and 160, 170, 170. So $1.60 Withrow, I think. Withrow. What's his name, David? Mr. Davis, thank you guys. Thank y'all. Oh, well. David Lindsay. 30 days and a round of shots. 30 days and a round of shots on David Lindsay. David Lindsay. 220, 220, to get 2.5, and 220, 2.5, to get 5, and 7.5, 30, to get 32.5, 5, and 7.5, to get 7.5, to get 230, 7.5, 40, and 240, 7.5, 50, and 250, 2.5, to get 5, and 57.5, 60, to get 2.5, and 5, to get 7.5, to get 7.5, and 260, 7.5, so 265, Troy, put him on 13. 17 more, David Lindsay, 30 days wean. And a round of shots. 30 days wean. Round of shots. A Lindsay. 235, be a blue eye on 235, 7.5, at 235, and it gets 7.5, at 237.5, and it gets 7.5, 235, 7.5, 40, at 240, and it get 40, and it get 40, and it get 40, at 237.5, 40, and 40, and it get 40, and it get 40, and it get 40, and it get 40, and 40, Troy, 237.5, number 15. Looks like you got them all knocked out, TJ. Did you look long enough you found something? Found it limping? Limping. One of them is limping. Be the Harris cattle, Mr. Harris. Good morning to you. Right down there in Minko, guys. Good cares, good cares. And they're getting at $2 now, 2.5, at 202.5, at 5, they're getting at 10, they're getting at 15, they're getting at 210, 15, at 210, they're getting at 15. Did you get 15? Now 20, 220, 215, 25, 225, down 30, 232.5, 232.5, 232.5, SH 230, number 24. Odie. Two more of the steers. Two more of the steers. Good kills right here now. They're getting at 2.25, 2.25, 225. They're getting at 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, at 225. They're getting at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, at 225. Who bid me? At 225. They're getting at 25, at 225. They're getting at 25, 25, 25, at 225. Mark, you looking? 225, at 225. At 225, at 225. They get $2 a pound. Little boy cast. $2 a pound. $2 a pound. Tom, would you tell Jerry Harvey's out? $2 now, $2. $2, y'all get $2. Anybody get $2 a pound on them? Do what? Take them home. There you go. Thank you, young man. Okay. All right, here's good bull calves right here, aren't they? Bull calves. No, they're steer calves. Steer calves right down there. Miko, good calves right here now. They're to get at $2 now, 2.5, and 202.5, and 205. They're to get 205. Where are you? 5, 10. They're to get 10, 15, and 20, and 220. They're to get now 215, 20, and 215 now, 20, and 220. They're to get now 20. They're to get now 20, and 215, 220, and 20. They're to get now 20. They're to get now 20. They're to get now 20. Chamlin, 215. Chamlin, oh. Tell your mother to take care of them too. Put a little bottle on them twice a day. Rub them on the forehead. They'll bring a lot of money if you keep them alive. I bet you can do it. Here comes Dean's. They're gentle. Yeah, Mama's been rubbing on these already. Here's Dean's cattle, same member of the family. Another member of the family. 10 or 12 head of these cattle, guys. They've had a round of shots now. They have had a round of shots. Good every case. $2.10 and $2.10. They're getting at 10. They're getting at 10 and 210. They're getting at 10 to buy them. They get 10 and 210. They're getting at 10 to buy them. They get 10 and 210. They're getting at 15 now 20. They're getting at 220 and 220. They're getting at 215, 20 and 255. They're getting at 25 and 225. 35 there 5 SH 220 24. A ball with a deep voice. Here's two of Dean's steers. They have had a round of shots on her mama. Good calves right here now. They're taking out 2.25, 225, 30, and 225. They're taking out 30. They're taking out 30. They're taking out 30, and 225, 30, 30, 30, 30. They're taking out 2.25, and 2.25. They're taking out 25, 30. Here's boy calves in the Monday, guys. 2.25, 225, 30, 225, 30, 225, 30, 225, 30, they're taking out 30, they're taking 30, and 225, they're taking 30, they're taking 10, 210, down 10, 12 and a half, and now 15, 212 and a half, 15, 212 and a half, 15, and 215, they're taking out 15, and 212 and a half, you're going to get 15, and 15, they're going to get 15, Chamlin, 212 and a half, Chamlin, 212 and a half. Here's three more of the big steers right here now. They're together 210 and 210, 12 and a half, and 210 now, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half. Steer cattle here, 10, 12 and a half out the gate, and 210, 12 and a half, out 12 and a half, 212 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half. Everybody else here, 12 and a half, and 210 now, 12 and a half, 12, 15, and 215, 17 and a half, and 17 and a half. Internet, 217 and a half, and 17 and a half, 20, and 220. They're to get 2 and a half. Internet, 220, 2 and a half, and 225, 225, and to get 222 and a 5, and the internet's in, and 5, Bryce Haynes, 222 and a half, Bryce Haynes on the internet, numbers 27. 77. Them got pretty large, Dean. Lots of dollars. Here's one heifer that was little bitty. Here's one little bitty heifer off of Dean. $2 a pound. 210. 220. 230. 230 a pound. 220, 230. 220, 230. Terry, 220. Terry, 220. Dean, tell everybody hi. Take care of yourself. "90 days, 3 rounds of shots. 90 days, 3 round shots. Pilot Point, Texas. And they're taking 235, and 235, 40, and 235, 40. They're taking 5, they're taking 45, 50, and 250, and 245 now, 50, and 245 now, 50, and 245 now, 50. They're taking 50, they're taking 50, and 50, they're taking 50, they're taking sold. 245, feeling 2-1. Prayer. 90 days wean, 90 days wean on the steers. And to get 240, and 240, to get 2.5, and 240, 2.5, 240, to get 2.5, and 240, 250, 240, 250, 240, 250, and 240, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, and 245, 7.5, and 7.5. Internet yacht, 7.5, and 50, and 250, to get 2.5, and 250, 2.5. Internet, 250, 2.5, and 255, and 50, 7.5, 60, and 260, to get and 60, and 260, Bryce Haynes, 257 and a half, number 56. What do you got? What do you got here, John? TJ cattle out of McAllister. Tracy? Home raised calves off Tracy's cattle are 21 days. Our mail says 21 days wean. Good little heifer calves right there. 220 and 220. You're to get 2.5 and 220, 2.5. You're to get 2.5. You're to get 220 and 220. You're to get 920, 2.5, 5, 227.5, 30, 230, 2.5, 230, 2.5, and 230, 250, and 230, 250, 230, 2.5, and 230. You're to get 2.5. You're to get 2.5 and 2.5. So 230 Chamlin O. Here's a steer mates to them, guys. He raised them all. McAllister, Oklahoma. 3 weeks wean. Looks like they've been weaning longer, don't it, guys? They're good calves. They're good KOs right there. 230 and 230. You're to get 2 and 232. You're to get $2. You're to get 2. You're to get 232 and 232. Let you bit, guys. 232 and 232. You're to get $2. You're to get 2. You're to get 2 and 2. Anybody else? 232 and 232 and 232. You're to get $2. You're to get 232 and 2. You're to get 2. You're to get 2. You're to get feeling 230 26. Thank you. Here's Jeff Green or Anadarko. These guys have been weaned for 40 days. Jeff Green, Anadarko. You in here, Jeffrey? Mr. Green, I got lots of Jeffs. No Green. Nice heifer calves. Good little yellow heifers, not much flesh. 225 and 225 and 225, 30 and 230. You're to get 25 and to get 30 and 230. You're to get 25 and to get 30 behind the Monday. 230 and 225, 30 and 235 and to get 7 and a half and to get 40 and 240. Both out. 240 and 240 down here. 242 and a half and 5 and to get 45, 45, 245 and 247 and a half and 47 and a half, 50 and 252 and a half and 5 and to get 7 and a half and to get 60 and 2 and a half and to get 2 and a half and 260, 2 and a half and to get 2 and a half and 2 and a half and a bar 260, 40. Same cattle, guys. 40 days, 40 nights right here, and 210, and 210, 12 and a half, and 210, now 12 and a half, and I get 12 and a half, and I get 210, 12 and a half, and 212 and a half, 15, and 15, 17 and a half, and I get 17 and a half, and 217 and a half, Jeff, 17 and a half, and 217 and a half, and 17 and a half, and I get now 17 and a half, and 20, and 220, to get now 20, to get now 20, and 20, to get now 20, to get now 20, to get 20, to get 20, 217 and a half, 0, I think so. Look the butts on them cattle right there. Jeff, did you see that? Did you notice that? Nice calves. 11 steer cattle down at Anadarko. Mr. Green's cattle. 40 days. 250, and 250, to get 2 and a half, and 252 and a half, and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get 7 and a half, and to get 7 and a half, 60, and 2 and a half, and to get 62 and a 5, and to get 5, 7 and a half, 70, and 270, and to get 70, to get 70, and 267 and a half, 70, and 70, to get 70, to get 70, and 70, to get 70. So 267 and a half, Varner 501. One bad back. 6 more of them, same cattle here, 240, and 240, 2 and a half, and 240, 2 and a half, and 240, to get 2 and a half, and to get 42 and a half, and 245, and 45, 7 and a half, and to get 7 and a half, and 50, and 252 and a half, and 5, and to get 55, and to get 7 and a half, 60, and 260, to get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, 5, and 265, internet out 7 and a half, and 67 and a half, y'all out here, and 267 and a half, and 67 and a half, so 265. I'll be a Bryce. Put him on number 56. Ames, Oklahoma. Buford cattle. Ames, Oklahoma. No information on the Buford cattle. They're good black heifers, though. Ames, Oklahoma. I'd say they've been in a pretty good address, have some pretty good cattle. Buford cattle. 220, 220, to get at 2.5, at 5, to get at 225, 30, to get at 5, to get 40, to get 5, to get 50, at 45, now 50, at 250, to get 52.5, at 5, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, at 255, 7.5, 60, at 60, to get at 60, at 260, to get at 60, Troy, 257.5, 13. Here's a boy he has to come with him. You, Davis, just thank y'all. Take care. Appreciate you being here. Be safe. Bull is right here. Bull is from Buford, Ames, Oklahoma. One of them's limping. You got him, John? One of them's limping. I'm going to hold him. Sell the rest of them. 250, 255, 255, get 55, get 55, 65, and 70, get 70, 80, get 280, 280, 280, and 270, 90, and 290, get 280, 90, 280, 90, 280, 90, and 280, get 90, get 290, get 90, get 90. So 280. Put them on. Who'd have TD? No, I had Troy. 3. Troy, 3. What do y'all do, John? Buford cattle from Ames, whoop him round. $2. Now see what I can get. $2 at $2 at $2 to get at 2 to buy. But to get 2, but to get 2, but to get 2 at $2. Who said yeah? And $2 here, $2 to get $2.50 now, 75, $1.75, 80, and 180, 90, and 190, 180, 190, 180, 190, 190, fish, 180 fish, 0. What do you think, Bill? Okay. I don't know either. We're going to call that man's, you're going to buy him with an F, okay? John, can you call him? Or have him call him in there? Robert Buford. Got a cripple one here too, John. There'll be 2 of them. There'll be 2 of them, John. Here's the same cattle. Are they bulls? Move them, John. Bull calves. Bull calves here. $2, 2.5, at 202.5, at 205, at get 202.5, 5, at get 5, at get 5. Ames, Oklahoma, 202.5, 5, at 205, at get 205. You out over here at 205, at get 202.5, 5, at 205, at get 202.5, 5, at 7.5, and 7.5, 10, and 12.5, and 15, and 212.5, 15, and 212.5, 15, or to get 15, or to get Thielen, 212.5, Thielen, number 25, just 5. Hold lame. Selling with a if. Selling with a if. $1.50. $1.50, $1.50, selling with a phone call, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, to get 50, to get $1.50, to get $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, to get out, to get 50, to get out 50. I got him right there, $1.50. So 150 Ricardo with an if. That's with an if. Now we're going to go back to Anadarko. These are 120 days weaned. These cattle are 120 days. 120 days weaned, folks. I got it. The Jackson cattle right down there at Anadarko. 120 days, Dennis here. 150 and 250 and 250 and 250 to get at 50 to get at 50 and 250 to get at 50 to get at 50 and 250 to go wean forever, guys. 250 and 250 and 250 to get at 50 to get at 50 and 250 to get at 50 are wrong there. 250, 250, 250, 250, 250. Put them on George. 250. Sorry. 120 days wean, guys. Look in here now. Look in here. Internet boys, look in here. 120 days wean. 240 and 240 to get 2.5 and 240 2.5 to get 2.5 to get 5 and 45 to get 7.5 and 47.5 now 50 and 250 2.5 and 250 2.5 to get 2.5 internet chat 250 2.5 and now 5 and 255 7.5 and 255 7.5 and now 60 and 260 and 260 to get out to get brass is in 257.5 60 and 260 a pound 260 a pound and 60 brass Haynes 257.5. Put them on number 52 and frag them. Jackson cattle 120 days. 120 days wean right there now. To get 250 and 255 and 255 to get 55 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 and 255 and 255 to get 55 to get 60 and 260 and 255 65 and 5 to get 5 to get 5 65 65 Gary and 265 and 265 70 and 275 275 all out 275 y'all out 275 275. Everybody in here is out. 275. 275. So 270. Internet. Bryce 55. Haynes 55. Seven more of them. 120 days. Anadarko. Jackson kind. Who's them three guys sitting over, John? Okay, right here now. 7 of those good steers. 7 of those good steers now. 120 days they've been weaned. 250 and 250 to get 2.5 and 255 to get 7.5 60 and 260 to get 2.5 and 265 and 5 to get 7.5 to get 67.5 7.5 here Bryce at 267.5 and 70 and 270 a pound and 270 to get 70 to get 70 and 70 to get 70 Bryce 267.5. Put on number 56. Goodbye. Love them. Here's a Prince cattle. Weaned 100 days, if this is right. Weaned 100 days. They've had the virus shield. They've had the Covaccinate. They've had the something else, and Ivamec. Whatever that says. Synthetic something. Okay, they had all the same shots May the 1st. 100 days wean, guys. 100 days wean. I had to get 235 and 235 to get 7.5 and 40 to get 42.5 to get 5 to get 7.5 50 and 2.5 to get 5 and 7.5 to get 60 to get 2.5 and 5 to get 265 and 5 to get all out in here's house 7.5 and 267.5 internet's out and 267.5 internet's out 267.5 and 7.5 to get 70 and 270 and 270 to get 70. Wait on him, wait on you, and 270 and 267.5 70 and 70 to get 70 to get 70. So 267.5. Put him on Bryce, number 52, and that'll be another preg, I'm sure. You want a preg? Prince cattle? No. Y'all preg them. All right, here, they're the Prince cattle, guys. Lewis Prince. Got anything on these? Same deal. All right, there to get 100 days wean, guys, right here. 100 days wean. There to get 100. To get 235, 40, 235, 45. To get 50 and 5. To get 60. To get 5 and 5, 70. To get 270. Now 70 internet. And 270. To get 5 and 275 and 270 now 5 and 270 now 5 and 5. To get 5. To get 5. To get 5. Bryce Haynes 270, 56. Let's go to Stigler. Here's the double H's. Nice deal. Double H. 60 days wean, 2 rounds. 2 loads of these cattle. They've been sending them over here every year, and they are always market toppers. Double H right here. Double H ranches, 250 and 255 and 255 and 55 and to get 60 and to get 60 and 5 and to get 70 and to get 270 and 270 a pound now 5 and 275 80 and 280 and to get 75. You want to give 80 then a shot 280 and 275 80 and 275 80 and 80 here short 275. Put them a number 13x. 62 more of them. 62 more of them. 60 days weaned. Powerful set of black calves, guys. Stigler, Oklahoma. Looky here, looky here, looky here. 62 head of them. May not get better than this week, boys. Dennis got your name wrote all over them. I do too. 62 of them. 250, 250 to get 2.5, and 250 to get 2.5, and 250 2.5 to get 2.5, and to get 5, and 55 7.5, and 7.5, 60, and 60 to get as I get on 2.5, and 260 2.5, now 5, and 265 7.5, and 260 7.5. 70 and 270 and 267.5 70 and 70 to get 70 to get 70 and 270 to get 70 to get 70. So 267.5. JS. Put him on number. What is JS? And that's why he does it. Shane. Hell, I can't remember. SB. SD. DS. No number yet. That says Shane. Here he is. Yes, sir. Here's 7 of the big sisters fit right on. 7 of the big sisters. 60 days wean. Cow material right there, boys. I entered to get 235 and 235, 7.5, and to get 40 and 40, and to get 2.5, and to get 5, and to get 7.5, 50 and 252.5, 5 and 57.5, 60 and 262.5, and 262.5, and 262.5. Anybody else here? 2.5 and 262.5, and 262.50, and to get 2.5, and 2. You be up here. 262.5. Feeling 260. Put them on number 31. Brigham. Here comes the steers. Them Double H people aren't here, are you? We got really nice cattle. 60 days wean. Male, John. Be 30 of them right here now. 500-pound cattle. You know, the best 500-pound cattle you can buy today, I'd say they'd be right at the top of the list. 265 and 265 and again 5 and again 5 and again 7.5 and 5 and again 7.5 70 and 270 and again 67.5 72 and 274 76 78 80 and 282 284 and again 86 or 88 and again 88 288 and 288 286 288 and 90 and 292 292 4 294 6 296 8 now $3 at 304 at 306 here 308 10 at 310 12 14 and 14 312 and to get 14 internet yacht 312, and get 14. 312, and get 14. So 312 Varner. 5-1. 56 more of them. They do a pretty fancy job, guys. Got one extra. I don't know. Is that what? I thought that was a call you had from outside. Are you Double H? No, he's looking around for Double H. Y'all Double H? Hey! Powerful, powerful set of cattle, guys. Thank y'all very, very much. Here's a cream. 265 and 265 and again 7.5 and 7.5 and again 7.5 and again 7.5 70 and 272 and a half and again 5 and 275 and 272 and a 5 now 600 again 77 and 77 and again 8 and again 800 again 89 and again 79 80 and 280 stay with him John 80 and 281 and 282 282 283 and 283 284 and 284 stay with him John 284 5 and 285 and again 5 took it ahead of you 5 and 6, 287, 287, to give 87, 88, 88, and 9, 89, 89, 89, 90, and 290, 90, 90, 90, 90, 90, and 289, 90, 289, 90, and 289, 90, 90, 90, Varner, 289, 5-1. Yes. They sure were. Three, I thought. How many's here? How many's on the car? No. No, three here earlier today. Didn't I? South what? South. Your way, Dennis. Well, H&H, very, very, very good. Fun right there, Billy. Fun on them kind. Appreciate you guys. Here she is. Here she is. Here 900 to get $2, 2.5, and 202 and a half, 5, and 205. Billy, you been 205 and 205 and 202 and a half, and to get 5, and 205 and to get 202 and a half, 5, and 205 and to get 202 and a half, 5, and 205 and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get $5.75, 175, 175, 175. I guess y'all think she's already sick. She is already sick. 50 cents a pound. 60, 60 cents, 70, 70 cents. Ricardo, 80, 80 cents a pound, 90, dollar, 10, 20, 30, 40, $1.40 a pound. Ricardo, $1.30. Well, they got in a hurry, didn't they? Here's a McComas cattle. Kevin McComas. Is that the same one? You sure? Kevin McComas right here, heifer cattle right here now, 235, 40, and 235, and it gets 7.5, and it gets 7.5, and 40, and 2.5, and it gets 5, and it gets 7.5, and it gets 50, and 255, and it gets 5, and it gets 5, and it gets 5, and it gets 5, and 255, and it gets 55, and it gets 5, and it gets 5, and it gets 5. Troy, 250, number 13. Was it, Troy? Huh? No, we have another one that comes in here. 18 of these good heifers right here. McComas cattle. McComas. Uh, is this Minko McComas? Okay, Kevin McComas. Minko, Oklahoma. He's got a good set of cows, don't he? 220 and 220 to get 2.5 and 220 2.5 5 to get 225 and 220 2.5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 7.5 30 to get 230 2.5 5 and 237.5 40 to get 40 to get 2.5 and 45 and 245 to get 42.5 and 242.5 245 and 5 7.5 and 7.5 47.5 50 and 250 to get 50 to get 50 so 247.5 SH 26. Macomb. Ask her if that's McComas from Minko. If you can, at your convenience, ask her if that's McComas from Minko. Chris did. Where is Chris? Is that Chris McComas? I didn't think it was. Bulls. Bullcase right here now. They're now 220 and 222.5 and 222.5. They're now 2.5, 222.5 and 222.5. They're now 2.5, 222.5 and 222.5. Anybody else? 222.5, 7.5, 227 and 30, 232.5, 232.5, 5, 235, 235, 7.5. 40 and 242.5, 242.5, 242.5. So 240.6. Heifer on them. Thank you, John. Here's 18 more Kevins. Pretty good fruit. These are steers, aren't they? These will be steers. Minko, Oklahoma guys, right there they are. Kevin right here. Didn't mean to doubt you. Didn't mean to doubt you. Were them last ones were steers, wasn't they? What did the last one say? Hold the gate on them last ones. Were they bulls or steers? David thought they were. Steers. Steers. My bad. Her bad. Somebody's bad. The male's bad, not her. Here's same cattle, guys. Same cattle. They are steers. I enter to get 240, and 240 to get 2.5, and to get 5, and 45, and to get 7.5, 50, and 252 and a half, and to get 2.5, 252 and a half, 5, and 55, 7.5, 60, and 260, and to get 400, to get 60, and 257 and a half, 62 and a half, and 2.5, and 262 and a half, and 262 and a half, and to get 2.5 here, internet, 260. Put them on. Bryce Haynes, 56. Mr. Wyatt, you ready? There you go. How are you? Elgin, Oklahoma. There he is right down there. High marbling, high daily gain, Gardner bulls. And all these cows are Gardner genetics. And they're all Gardner sired. Had a round of shots. And they had good cattle. Best you got? Yeah, for sale. Want 3,500 a piece for them, don't we? They'll be high. Good case. Good case right here now. To get 250, and 250, to get 2.5, and 252 and a half, to get 2.5, 5, and 55, to get 60, to get 85, and 7.5, to get 70, and 272 and a half, 5, and 277 and a half, 80, and 280, to get 80. There'll be them gritters, 282 and a half, and 282 and a half, 5, 285, to get 7.5, and 90, and 290, to get 92 and a half, and 292 and a half. Gritters, 5, and 295, to get 292 and a 5, 297 and a half, and 97 and a half, and 293, and $3 here, $3 a pound here, 02 and a half, and 302 and a half, and 302 and a half, and to get 5, and 305, and to get 305, and 305, 302 and a half, and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get 5. Troy, 302 and a half. David Ballou. 10 more. That's what they look like a little bit later, David. Bless you. 240, and 240 to get 2.5, 5, and 245, 7.5, 50 to get 2.5, 5, to get 7.5, 60, and 2.5, to get 260, 2.5, 5, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 260, 2.5, and 5, to get 265, 7.5, and 7.5, to get 260, 7.5, and 265, 7.5, and 65, 7.5, to get 7.5. So 265, same way, right on them. Well, that's when you raise good cattle, you expect it. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate you guys. You guys want to buy some heifers, go down and see that man. Yeah, come on down and see that man. He's got heifers for sale. Any time of day or night, just go down there, Elgin, Oklahoma. There you go. Any of them Spencers still left down there? You're right by him. Charles? Good. Ronald? You died? I was afraid that. I'm afraid to ask you about anybody anymore. All right. Tell Charles I said hi. These are 45 days weaned from Springer, Oklahoma, the double C's. One load of them. 45 to what? 45 to 70. Okay, thank you. Nobody else up here heard you either, damn it. Sorry. Just trying to protect myself a little bit. And they're going to 235, and 235, and 235, 40, they're going to 40. Did you hear it, Dennis? 45, and 45, 55, and 60, they're going to 5, they're going to 65, 65, 65, and 265, 70, and 275, they're going to 75, and 275, and 275, they're going to 5, they're going to 5, they're going to 5, they're going to 5, they're going to 5. Jeff Reuter, 270, put him on number 4. Huh? What? 70 some head of these cattle guys. 45 days wean. They are nice. Where were they from? Springer, Oklahoma, the white-faced cattle. Springer, I entered to get 235, 40, and 235, and to get 40, and 235, 7.5, and to get 7.5, and to get 40, and 240, 2.5, 5, 247 and a half, 50, and 252 and a half, and to get 2.5, 5, and 55, 7.5, and 7.5, 257 and a half, and 255, 7.5, and 55, 7.5, and to get 7.5. Here's Troy, 255, 13. He's got pretty good stock, don't they, guys? Springer, Oklahoma. Look at the bodies on it right here. Another set of cow material. 225, 225, and get 30, 225, 30, and get 35, and get 5, and get 5, 35, 7.5, and 7.5, and get 7.5 down here, yeah, and 7.5, and get 7, 40, and 242 and a half, and 245, and 7.5, and 50, and 252 and a half, 252 and a half. Internet's out, 252 and a half, 255, 7.5, now 60, 260, 260. 260, internet's in, 62 and a half, 262 and a half, internet's out, 262 and a half, 262 and a half, 262 and a half. So 260, S&H 26. Here's the boys. You seen the girls, so you know what kind of quality they are, boys. Look at there. Easy to handle. 265 and 265, and again 5, and again 5, and again 7.5, and 70, now 2.5, 5, and 7.5, 82, 82 and a half, 5, 87 and a half, 90, and again 2.5, 5, 97 and a half, 3, and again 2.5, 5, and 7.5, and again 7.5, 305, 7.5, and 305, 7.5, and 10, and 310, and 37.5, 10, and 310, and again 10, 10, 10, David Dodd, and 307 and a half, 0. Woo, calves got quite a bit better this week, Billy. Fancy calves. What do you say? You made wow. Wow, look at the quality. 45 days wean, Springer, Oklahoma. Look at the butts in them. Look at the butts in them right there. 250 and 250 and 2.5 and I get 252 and a half and 250 and I get 2.5 and I get 5 and 55 and I get 252 and a 5 and 7.5 and I get 60 and I get 2.5 265 and 62 and a half 5 and 262 and a half 5 and 262 and a half 5 Bill Yacht 5 and 262 and a 5 and 262 and a half you're gonna get 5 and I get 5 and I get 5 and 5 and a Varner 262 and a half 5. 11 more. Good white face cattle. Good. And they're 45 days wean at least right there now. I entered to get 240 and 240 to get that 2.5 and to get 5 now 7.5 and to get 7.5 47.5 and 47.5 45 7.5 Gary out 550 and 252 and a half 252 and a half Gary out 252 and a half and 252 and a half and 252 and a half and to get 2.5 250 250 to get 2 and a Varner 250 59 69. Double C, Springer, Oklahoma. Yes, sir. Okay, what do you say? Brangus Heifers. Brangus Heifers, 45 days. Still wean 45 days, guys. Good Brangus Heifers, 225, and 225, and 225, and 30, and 230, eater to get down 25, 30, eater to get down 30, eater to get 30, eater to get 32 and a half, and 32 and a half, 235, and 237 and a half, 40, and 240, eater to get down 40, 40, 40, eater to get down 40, hook it 40, and 237 and a half, 40, and 40, eater to get down 40, so 237 and a half, 24, S&H 24. Brangus steers. Brangus steers off of them, 45 days wean, 250, and 250, and 252 and a half, to get 2 and a half, to get 250, and 250, to get 2 and a half, to get 252 and a half, 5, and 252 and a half, to get 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half here, David Dot, 250, put him on number 0. Thank the Triple C folks. Appreciate you guys. We're going to go to Dallas, Texas. The Mixon cattle from Dallas. One round of shots. That a round of shots on the mamas, guys. Little Heavy Chaos. Little Heavy Chaos now, 220, and 220, to get 2 and a half, and 225, to get 5, 30, to get 35, and 230, to get 5, to get 232 and a half, and 230, 250, 230, 250, 230, 250, and 230, to get 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, and 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, 2 and a half, SH, 230, number 24. 19 more of them. Little much. Here we go, 19 more of them. Little Brangus Angus crosses, our goodness, out Dallas, Texas, at around the shots, 220, and 220, to get 2 and a half, and 220, 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, and a 5, and 220, 2 and a 5, 220, 2 and a 5, 7 and a half, and 7 and a half, 30, and 230, to get 2, and 232, to get 2, to get 4, and 34, to get 232 and 4, and 232, 4, 6, and 236, 8, 38, 40, and 240, to get 2, 242, 242, 242, SH 240, number 24. Looks like the same cattle. I would say so too. Dallas, Texas. 220, 220, to get 2, 222, to get 2, to get 220, to get 2, 222, to get 24, to get 4, 6, and 26, 8, and 28, 228, 30, and 230 internet, 230, to get 30, to get 31, and 231, 2, 3, and 233, 4, and 234, to get yet again 4, and 233 and 34, and 233 and 34, internet's out, 234, and 233 and 234, and 4, to get so 233, Thielen. Put them on 31. Frag them. Here comes the steers off of them, guys. Dallas, Texas. Round of shots while his owner mama. You saw all them good little heifers. Here's a boy K's off of them. 250, 250, 2 and a half, and 250 to get 2 and a half, and 250 to get 2 and a half, to get 2 and a half, yes sir, 2 and a half, 250, 2 and a half, and 250, 250 to get 2 and a half, but on if you want them guys, 5, and 255, 7 and a half, 60 to get 2 and a half, and 5 to get 7 and a half, and 70, and 2 and a half to get 72 and a half, and 270, 250, 270, 250, and 2 and a half, dot O, and to get dot O, 270. Jason about that. Jason's west of him. Maybe cut off before him or after him. Brangus cattle right here now. They're to get 230 and 230. They're to get 2. They're to get 232 and 2 digit and 232. They're to get 200. They're to get 2. They're to get 234 and 34, 36, 38. They're to get 800. They're to get 40 and 242 and 244, 6. They're to get 48. They're to get 850 and 252 and 254. They're to get 56. Here they're to get 54, 6 and 254, 256, 254, 256. Here they're to get 6 hour Thielen, 254, Thielen, 5. Me too. 38 more of them. They got a pretty good recipe down there at Dallas. Look at the bone on them good Brangus cross cattle. They got lots of Angus in them, I'll bet you boys. Big bone Brangus cattle. And 230 and 230. They're to get 2 and 232. They're to get 2. They're to get 234 and 34 5. They're to get 600. They're to get 8 and 38 40. They're to get 42. They're to get 44 and 46 here. 48. They're to get 48 and 248 and 248 50 and 250. They're to get 50. They're to get 248 now 9 and 248 9 and 248 now 49 and 248 and 450 and 250 250 back to you to 1 251 251 251. They're to get over 9. They're to get 1. Gary Thielen 250 number 6. You guys take care of yourself. We'll see you next trip. Thank y'all. Leonard, you can't go with them. No, Mr. White don't want you. Okay, you go ahead. Steers again, right off of them right here. I guess they got horns. They got horns. One bull, one steer with horns. $2.10, 210 and 210. They're to get 10 to buy. They're to get 10, 10, 10, 10. We just put all horns there. And 210 and 210. They're to get 12 and a half. And 210, 12 and a half. They're to get 210, 12 and a half. And 210, 12 and a half. Gary, you bid. And 210, 12 and a half. And 210, 12 and a half. They're to get 12 and a half. They're to get 12 and a half. Chamley, 210, number 0. Thank you to the Dallas people. The Mixons. Thank y'all. Here's Grant, Oklahoma. It's the only steers on the load out of Grant, Oklahoma. Just 2 steers. I got good steers anyway. Right there, they wing. Yeah. Long wing. There you go, guys. There you go, right there, Grant, Oklahoma, and 250, and 250, they're to get 2.5, and 250, 2.5, and 55, 7.5, and to get 7.5, 250, 7.5, and 255, 7.5, long wing now, 7.5, and 255, and to get 57.5, and 7.5, and to get 7.5, Thielen, 255, 6. Another good set of lightweight Herbert, Jerry Harvey. Out of May, Texas. What's his name? Bowler cattle. Larry Bowler. Good Herbert's here. 240 and 240. They're to get 2 and 242. They're to get 200. They're to get 242 and 242. They're to get 200. They're to get 2 and 242, 42, 42, 42, and 42. Here over to Terry. 240. 5. More the bowling cattle. May, Texas. 4 fancy heifers here now. They're to get 230 and 230 and 230. They're to get out 30. They're to get out 30. They're to get out 30 and 230. They're to get out 30 now. But to get 30 better than 30. But to get 32 and 232 and 232. They're to get out $2.04 and 34, 36, 38 and 38, 40. They're to get 2. They're to get 44. They're to get 46, 8 and 50. They're to get 250. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. They're to get 50. You bet 50 sold 248. Dodd. S&H 36, 26, 26. Here's a bowler steers. Who's? Oh. Right here to get now 4 steers. Right here, the bowling cattle again. No gravy, is that what you're trying to say? 275 and 275 to get 5 to get 275 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 at 275. Good cares off of them, guys. 275 and 275 to get 75 to get 75 50 at 250 at 250 to get 50 to bomb to get 50 and 250 to get 2.5 and 252 and a half and 252 and a half to get 2.5 5 and 55 7.5 to get 60 at 262 and a half and 2.5 to get Terry 260 Terry 5 260. Put them on 5X, 5XM, 5XM. Here's 3 more of them. Bowling cattle. 235 and 235 to get that 7.5 and 235 7.5 to get 7.5 35 40 and 40 to get 2.5 to get 42.5 and 5 to get 245 7.5 and 47.5 50 and 252.5 to get 2.5 internet 252.5 and 252.5 and 257.5 internet 257.5 and 7.5 57.5 and 255 60 and 260 to get as a get and 260 to get as a sold 257.5. Bryce Haynes, number 56. $16. Cover up a lot of sin. Say what then? 380 over. $55. Sorry. Chatham cattle. You got anything here? They look wean to me, guys, here out of western Oklahoma, Hinton, Oklahoma, and 225, and 225, to get out 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 30, to get out 225, 7.5, 30, and 232 and a half, 5, and 35, 7.5, to get 7.5, 40, and 242 and a half, to get 5, and 247 and a half, to get 7.5, 47 and a half, 50, and 250, and 2, you get 50, and 247 and a half, 50, and 250, to get 47 and a half, 50, and 50, to get sold. 247 and a half internet. Put them on Bryce Haynes 52. Two more of them right there, colored up cattle here now. $1.50, $1.50 a pound. 50, Haynes 52. Are they pregged? Thank you. $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, to get a 5, to get 155, 7.5, 60, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, 65, 70, and 175, and 75, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 75 internet, and $1.75 internet, $1.75, $1.75, to get 5, to get 5, so 170, Chamlin 2. I don't think that middle one's any good. You turn around, Dennis. As is, they all go. There you go, Dennis. By golly, you're wanting to get out of here, ain't you? So wheat. Here we go right here. Dollar a pound, and $1. You're to get out $1.10, 110, 110, 110, 110, and 110, 20, and 120, 30, and 130 internet, 130, and 130, 40, and 140, 140. You get 40, 50, and 150 internet, 150, 150, 160, 170, 170, 170 internet, 170, 160, 70. Ricardo, 160. Here. One of these cripple. Yep. Be the Mercer cattle. There's a cripple right there, Gary. Sean Mercer, they bought when they were little bitty. Cattle Master had Enforce. They had Pastorella, Long Range Wormer. They've been turned out since late May. A little bit of reed. A little bit of reed is all it takes. Oh, feed. Okay. Big Sisters be tomorrow. You got a cripple here, Gary. Thank you. I entered to get a solar rest up 220 and 220 and 220 to get 2.5 and 220 2.5 to get 220 to get 2.5 and 220 2.5 to get 220 2.5 and 220 to get 2.5 to get 20 to get 22.5 and 220 250 220 250 220 250 here. So 220. Put them on Troy 2x. Bring cripple back. FC Ranch, Blacks. Had a round of shots down at Alec, Oklahoma. FC Ranch down at Alec, Oklahoma. They had a round of shots. 220 to get 2.5 and 5 to get 25, 30 to get 35 to get 40 to get 5 and 50 to get 5 to get 55, 60 to get 5 and 65, 70 and 270 to get 5 and 275, 80 and 285 to get 90 and 290. You're a distant third, Dennis. 295 and 95, 290. You're a distant third, Dennis. 295 and 95. Dennis sold 290. Put them on Reuter 4. Okay. Same cattle. Same animals right here. 2.25, 2.25. You're to get out 25, 25, 25, 25, 225 and 30 and 230. You're to get out 25, 30. You're to get out 230. You're to get out 225, 30 and 230. You're to get 35 and 235, 40 and 245. To get 50 and 255 and 55, 60. You're to get out 260 and 255, 60 and 60. Troy 255, 15. Alec, Oklahoma, the FC Ranches. Alec. Little boys. Nice case. 275, 275, 275, to get 580, and 280, to get 275, to get 85, and 90, to get 90, 90, 95, to get 95, to get 3, and $3.05, to get 305, 10, to get 15, 20, to get 320, to get 320, and 5, and 330, and 330, to get 30, to get 335, and 35, to get 35, 35, 35, David Dodd, 330, 0. Got some more of them, Dennis? Looks like it. Maybe not. They wouldn't win, would they? Had a round of shots, but they wouldn't be hard to wean here, I don't think. Long tail, pretty thin fleshed. 250, at 250, to get 2.5, 5, at 255, to get 55, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, 255, at 252.5, 5, at 252.5, 5, at 5, to get 255, fancy shares, 255, 7.5, 60, and 2.5, to get 2.5, at 5, 7.5, to get 7.5, 70, at 272.5, at 272.5, at 270, 250, to get 272.5, 5, at 275, at 277. And a half, 277 and a half, 275, 77 and a half. Here's Jeff Reuter, 275, 45. Here's same man's cattle, Reds. The Reds off the same cattle. 2.25, 2.25. You're to get 225, 30, 225, 30, 40. You're to get 40. You're to get 50. You're to get 250, 60, 260, 70, and 270. You're to get 270. You're to get 270, and 80, and 280, 280, 280, 280, 280, and 80 here. You're to get fish, 270 fish. 0, 3. First time I remember Reds outselling the blacks. I think. Some more of these calves out of Alec, guys. FC Ranches. All red Angus cattle look like that. It'll be a different world, guys. At 235, at 235, at 235, at 5, at 5, at 5, at 5, 235, at 235, at 5, at 5, at 5, at 5, at 235. I thought it was pretty fancy, guys. 235, 40, at 235, 40, and 40 to get 45, and 45, to get 45, to get 45, and 45. So 240. Fish 3. Mexican. It's one of them same heifers out Alec, guys. Red Angus. Red Angus, 2.25, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 7.5, and 30, to get 35, to get 7.5, to get 40, and 45, to get 47.5, and 47.5, 50, and 252.5, and 252.5, 5, and 55, to get 7.5, to get 60, and 260, to get 2.5, and 2.5, to get 5, and 265, 7.5, 70, and 270, to get 70, to get 70, to get 270, and 70, to get 70. Troy, 267.5, 13. 3 of the red steers off them. Almost red. Almost red. $3 now 5 and 305 and 305 and again at 305 and again at 305 and 305 and again at 305 and again 305 and $3.05 here. Well, 250, 260. 250, 60, 260, 250, 60, 70, 270, 80, Fish 270. Oh, bad ones right here and here. But I hear Angus, red Angus cattle. Billy, if y'all look like this, it'd be fun. FC guys, you guys here from Alec, you're to be commended. 250 and 255 and 255 and 5 and 5 and 60 and 265 and 70 and 70 and 270 and 265 70 and 265 70 and 70 and 270 Jeff Reuter 265 35 45. Still sound like there's plenty of stock out there balling. FC Ranches out of Alec, thanks you very much if you're listening in or watching in or tuning in or doodling. Steers, FC Ranches. This must be the neighbor's cattle. Bull got over $2.10 and 210 to get at 10 to buy to get 10 and 210 to get at 10 to buy to get 10 and 210 to get at 10 to buy. Yes, sir, got you 210 and 210 now 10 10 10 210 and 10 to get at 10 to buy to get 10 and 10. So $2 for them Chamlin O. Guess we're gonna keep on selling FC for a while. Light in Burmers. Heifers right there now to get $2, 2.5, and 202 and a half, and 205, and to get 202 and a half, 5, and to get 210, and 10, to get 15, to get 20, and 220, to get now 215, 20, and 215, 20, to get now 20, to get now 20, and 20, to get sold 215. Put them on SH24. I thought you was getting up to go with him, you two guys. Don't leave. Don't leave, Allie. He's trying to get the paperwork out for you. Jonathan, something you hadn't told me? Little bull calf, $2 a pound. $2 a pound. Dollar a pound. $1.20, 40, 60, 80, $2. $1.82, 220, 220. Barn, $2. Double O. Same little old heifers, $2. $2. $2. 10. 210. 210. 210. There to get out 10 to buy, but to get 10. And 210. There to get out 10 to buy, but to get 10. So $2. Put them on Terry 2. She might be a little waspy, Terry. Help him, Mark. You like them, Dennis? I like them a lot. Parks cattle from Winniewood. Brandon Parks. Winniewood, Oklahoma. Brandon, you here? You got anything on the mail? Nothing on the mail, but they speak for themselves, folks. And 235, and 235, to get at 35, to get 40, and 245, to get at 45, 50, and 250, to get 245 now, 55, and 55, 60, to get a 5, as a get 5, to get 265, 70, and 275, and 80, and 280, to give 80 by good, and 280, and 275, 80, and 280, to give 80, to give 80, so 275, put them as Jeff Reuter. 4. Do whatever you want to do here. 2 little ones. Yard them out, guys. $18 more of them. Pretty fancy. Pretty fancy. 225, 225, to get 30, 225, 30, to get out 25, to get 30, to get 5, to get 5, 40, 245, to get 45, to get 45, 50, 250, to get a 5, to get 55, to get 60, 265, as to get 5, to get down here, 265, 265, 70, 275, 275, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, Troy, 270, 14. Wonder if he still got white stuff on his trousers. I hadn't either. He thought he was going to jail. Guys, here's the same case now. Winniewood, Oklahoma. The Parks, 250, now 60, 260, 70, to get 80, to get 90, to get 3, to get 5, to get 10, and 15, 20, to get 320, to get 320, and 320, to get 320, to get 15, 20, and 325, and 25, 30, and 330, to get 35, 330 fish, 330, 330, 330, David Dodd, 350, or 25, 325, David O. Here's the next size to them, folks. Park's got a good recipe. Every one of them the same, though. I don't think so. Too big a boned. Too big a boned. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 225, 30, to get out 30, to get out 35, to get 5, to get 40, and 245, to get 45, 50, and 250, to get 5, to get 55, 60, and 260. They're bulls now. 260, 265, 265. Thank you, Dennis. And 265, 265, 265, 265. So 260, Troy. 4. Don't say sorry. It doesn't really matter if I do it or not. Yeah. Here's some pretty good little old lightweight calves. Really good. Not any meat at all. Come out of Seminole, Texas. They've been weaned for 35, 40 days. The Reimer calves from Seminole, Texas. I'd say that'd be ideal. Starting cast. 250, 255, and 250, and 255, and 55, 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 and 255, and 55, and 55, and 255, 55, 55, 55, and 255, 60, and 265, and 65, and 65, and 65, and 65, and 265. You can't give too much for them. 265, 70. Can't give too much for one of them. 270. 270, Gary. 270. Troy. 265. 2X. About daddy time for them or your wife. I knew I was on one of them. Here's some more of them, guys. 35, 40 days wean from Seminole, Texas. 240, and 240, and again, 2.5, and 240, and again, 2.5, 240, 2.5, and again, 2.5, 5 now, 7.5, 50, and 255, and again, 5, 60, and again, 60, and 255, 60, and 265, and 65, 70, and again, 5, and again, 75, and 275, and 5, and again, 5, and again, Dennis, 270, 2. Yep. Here's 5 more of the same heifers. Seminole, Texas. See that tail? Yeah, 40 days. I think maybe 140. 235, and 235, and to get 7.5, and 235, 7.5, 40, and 240, to get 2.5, 240, 2.5, and 240, 2.5, and to get 2.5, 5, and 245, 7.5, and 47.5, 50, and 250, 2.5, and 250, 2.5, and to get 5, and 255, 7.5, and 257.5, and to get 7.5, 60, and 60, to get 2.5, and 260, 2.5, and 260, 2.5. You're out of here. 260, 2.5. You're out of here. 262 and a half. So 260 internet, 260 Rice Haynes, 52. Here's the steers off of them, people. They got a big old belly, deep rib, wean look. $3, 2.5, and 302 and a half, 5, and 305, and I get that 2.5, 5, and I get 5, and I get 5, and 305, and I get 10, and 10, and I get 305, 10, and 310, and I get 305, 10, 15, and 15, and I get 310, and I get 15, and 310, and I get 15, 310, and I get 15, 310, and I get 15. Troy, 310. Oh, 1. I think there's no doubt about where they're going. I thought he was buying George some for a minute. They wasn't bulls. Same cattle. 35, 40 days wean. 250, 255, 55, 255, and 255, 60, 5, and 70, 5, 80, 85, and 90, 90, 90, 90, 290, and 285, 90, 285, 90, 285, 90, and 90, Varner, 285, Varner, 501. It's like a new deal. Look like a new deal. Them bull cows, aren't they? No, it's not. It's the same deal, isn't it? Reimer cattle from way down there in Texas. Reimer calves. 35, 40 days wean. 35, just same deal. 35, 40 days wean. The book is, I entered again at 235, at 235, entered again at 35, 35, 40, at 240, entered again at 35, 40, 40, entered again at 240, at 235, 45, entered again 45, entered again 50, at 250, entered again at 5, at 255, 60, at 260, entered again at 255, now 60, at 255, now 65, at 265, 70, at 270, entered again at 70, entered again at 70, entered again 70, entered again Troy, 265, 3. More of the booze. Booze off of them. Two and a quarter, you're taking out 30, you're taking out 225, 30, you're taking out 5, and 35, and 40, and 235, 40, you're taking 235, 40, 42 and a half, and 42 and a 5, and 45, and 42 and a 5, 42 and a 5, and 42 and a half, 45, and 5, and 5, feeling, 242 and a half, feeling, 6, X. Male Dennis. 5X. You got a what, Dennis? Oh, got a big bunch. Looky here. Be the Hillary Ranch cattle. Hillary Ranch. Good stock right there. You got anything on them? Okay. They always weaned before. They sure got a look to them. 240, 240 to get 2.5, and 240, 2.5, and 245, 50, and 255, and to get 60, and 265, and 5, and to get 265, and 265, and 265, and 265, and to get 5, and to get 5. Now 70. Would you give 267 and a half? Whew. Troy, 265, 25. Okay. 31 more of them. Hey, don't be trying to. What's wrong with you, man? Same cattle, guys. Same cattle. Hillary Ranch. 240, and 240, to get at 2.5, and to get 240, 2.5, 45, and to get 7.5, 50, and 252 and a half, 5, and to get 7.5, 60, and 260, and to get 2.5, and 2.5, 5, and 265, and 265. Internet's in. 262 and a 5, 262 and a half, 5, 262 and a 5. So 262 and a half. Bryce, put him on number 52 and Pragum. The steers. Hillary Ranch. They do to me too, William. They always do. They always do it right. 275. 275, 80, and 280. They're to get at 275, they're to give 80, and 280. They're to get, but don't feel them, guys. 280, 275, 80, 275, 80, 275, 80. Now 2.5, 285, 285, 7.5, 90, 290, 290, 290. David Dodd. Number one. 287.5. You make them as big and fat as them heifers I saw the other day. It'll be money making boogers. Won't they, Billy? Hope he gets them that big, that fat. Hope they come back to the same place. Here's 22 more of the steers, guys. Hillary Ranch. Good stock. Nice, gentle steers. Okay, they're taking at 250 and 255. They're taking at 55, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 255 and 255, 60 and 5, they're taking 70, they're taking 5, they're taking 275 and 80 and 285, they're taking 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, 85, they're taking 5 here. David Dodd, 280, number 2. 13 more of them. Hillary cattle again, guys, big into them. At 250, at 250, they're to get 5, at 255, they're to get 60, they're to get 60, they're to get 260, at 255, 60, at 250, 62 and a half, 5, and 5, they're to get 7.5, 70, and 270, they're to get 70, they're to get 70, and 70, they're to get 70, they're to get 70, they're to get 70, they're to get 70, David, at 267 and a half, put him on number 3. Sure folded your hands in a hurry. You scared of him? Tom? Tom, you scared of him? Don't blame you. Oklahoma State University. Did you watch that ball game Saturday? Did you enjoy it? Did you watch the ball game Saturday? Looked like the same thing OU did last year. I held this spot. I held the spot. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5, and get 2.5, and get 202.5, and get 2.5, 2.5, and 202.5. Here, your fancy steer, guys. $2, and $2 to get that $2, to get that $2, to get that $2, to get $1.50, $1.60, $1.50, 60, $1.70, $1.70, $1.70. Jeff, you gonna let that happen? $1.70. Sold 160. Internet 160. Rice Haynes. Josh Withrow. What about her? Cribble. Who? Troy Strait. I don't remember a Troy Strait. We didn't have a Troy Strait all day, have we? TJ, do you have any straights? Okay. Troy 15. What is it off of? David Lindsay. It's Mr. Lindsay's. Mr. Lindsay, right here, dollar bill, now 10, and 110, 20, 120, 30, to get a 40, to get a 50, to get 60, to get 70, to get 80, to get 180, 180, to get 180, 180, 180, 180, and 170, 180, 170, 180, and 80 here, Withrow, 170. Ain't no telling. Bad back. Bad back, dollar pound. $1.10. 120, 140, 160, 180, $2. $2. 210. 212. 210, 12. 210, 12. 210. Now 12. 14. And 214, 16. 216. 214, 16. David Dodd, 214, 6. Troy 2X. Mercer. You want PO it, you say? Gary Reed. You want PO it? Davis. Yeah, he guaranteed it. Remember? He's setting up that chair. Jeff 4. Something right there now. $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5, 5, and 205, everybody get 202.5, 5, and 202.5, everybody get 5, everybody get 5 here, 5 there, everybody get 5, and 5, everybody get 5, everybody get 10, and 210, everybody get 25, 10, and 25, 10, 10, 10, 25, 10, and 210, everybody get, oh, you're out, 210, and 210, everybody get sold, 205, feeling 2. Heifer off some steers. I think S&H said he'd take it. Jonathan, you're in here? Nope, not when you need him. S&H, Tom Runyon said he could take him, I think, a while ago. It was a heifer on some steers. 2-6. Thank you. On the heifer, whatever the heifer was. Whatever he gave for the heifer. No, he bought the heifer. Jonathan, there was a heifer on those steers. Where'd you say to put him? 26. Did you buy the steers too? I didn't think so. I didn't think you did. Thank y'all. What price on the heifers? 247 and a half. Thank y'all. I didn't think he bought the steers. Okay, you're to get at 275.80 and 275.80. What was wrong with this? Ruptured off of Troy. Freddie Head. 210. 210. 210 to buy them. And 10. They're getting at $2 here, 2 there. But get 2, but get 10. And 210, 210, 210, 210. And 210. They're to get you get 10. And 10. They're to get sold $2. Fish O. He pay you to do that? TJ? Thought it might be pull one of them Antonios. Pull one of them Antonios. Hey, get a rupture down there. No, I know you did. You're fine. I just thought maybe he put you up to it. Jeff 4. Selling right here, 250. At 250, there to get 2.5. At 250, 2.5. There to get 2.5. There to get 2.5. At 250, 250. There to get 50. There to get 50. Thielen, 250. 2. $2X. Where's the Brad Herbert? Larry Davis's heifers. He guaranteed them open when he was sitting up there in that chair. 11 of them out of 12. How many was it first? No. Five-year-old there. All the rest of them ones, there's a 3-year-old. Well, I think he's in bad health, so just he probably way it looked anyway. He's in the cafe. PO for right now. Sell them. Sell them right there. Sell them right there now. $1 a pound. $1.10, 110, 120, 130, 130, 40, 50, at 150, 60, 70, at 170, 170, 170, at 160, 170, at 170, 80, at 80, 170, 80, 170, 180, 170, 180, 170, 180, Varner, 170, nothing. Back to work, guys. We're still the Hillary. We're cleaning that Hillary deal up, I guess. Hillary Ranch is right here, 240 and 240. They're taking that 2 and 242. They're taking that 40. They're taking that 2 and 242. They're taking that 2. They're taking that 2. They're taking 2. They're taking Thielen 247. Thank you. There's 2 bulls off the Hillary Ranches. I'll be dang. Dennis, there is bulls. Two bulls right here now. They're taking $1.75.80 and 175, 180, 180, 180, 180, 85, 90, 190, 195, 95 and 2. They're taking a 205 and 210 and 210. They're taking 10 now, 15. They're taking now 20 and 220. The right kind now 20. They're taking now 20. They're taking 20 and 220. They're taking now 215, 20 here. Thielen 215, 7X. These supposed to be lame. The Hillary Ranch cattle in there lame. Hillary Ranch lame. $1.10, $1.10, 110, 120, 110, 120, 130, 130. They're taking $1.30, 40, $1.40, $1.30, 40, $1.30, 40, $1.40, 50, $1.50 internet, 150 and 160 and 160, 70 and 170 internet, 170, 80 and 180, 170, 180 and 170, 180 and 180. They're taking 80, they're taking 80 sold, 170 internet with row. Here's 2 of the bigger cripples off the deal. I don't know if they're crippled or just big. Saw them right here now. They're taking $1.75, $1.75 and 175. They're taking 5, they're taking 80, 180, 180, 180, 180 and 175, 80, 185, 185, 185 internet, 185, 185, 90 and 195, 195 internet, 195, $2 and $2. They're taking that 2. They're taking that 2. They're taking that 2. They're taking that 2. They're taking 2. Bryce, 195 Bryce. Hillary, maybe a bulls, maybe steers. They're all a little bit crippled. $1 a pound, $1.10, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, $2. $2. $2. Internet, you're out. $2. 2. David Dodd, 190. 0, 0, 00. I believe Clint Reeves could get them well. Is he still around? Is he really? He's older than me and you, Tom. He might be the only one. Little boy calf. Say he's lame. Is he, John? How lame is he? $1 a pound, $1.10, 110, 110, 20, 120, 30, 40, 50, they're to get 60, they're to get 60, 70, 170, 80, and 190, and 192, they're to get a 210, they're to get a 210, and 210, they're to get 10 a bomb, they're to get 10, but to get 10, but to get 10, but 10, so $2. double O, or just 0. Fish, fish.
Kelsey, we'll sell them today. Today.
Here's Ralph Hoodenpile cattle. Just light in off cattle, Billy. Yeah, the long wean, right wean. Hoodenpile. I take a 250, a 255, a 255, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 55, a 255, a 255, vertical 55, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, a 255, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5, vertical 5. So 250. Put them on David Dodd 2. The Charlie Heifers. Bennington, Oklahoma, the Malones. They had a round of shots on the Mamas, guys. Had a round of shots on their Mamas down there at Bennington. Shifts good cattle up there, John. 220 and 220 to get Malone and 220 to get 220 to get 25 to get 20 and 220 to get 22 and a half and 222 and a half to get 2 and a half down to get 2.5 times you bid and 222 and a half and 222 and a half to get 2.5 to get 2.5 here. So 220. Put them on Chamlin O. 5 more Bennington and 220 and 220 to get at 2.5 and 220 to get at 2.5 220 and 220 to get at 25 to get 20 here 20 better than 20 and 220 to get at 20 to get at 20 and 20 to get at 22.5 5 at 225 internet 225 7.5 227.5 Jeffrey 227.5 225 7.5 Bryce 225 Bryce 52. Here's one more at Malone's. Stop two. One heifer. One heifer right there. She's off of him. Probably missed the roundup last year. $1.35, 135, 40, $1.40, to get that 45, to get that 50, to get 60, to get 70, and 180, to 190, 192, and $2 bill 10, and 210, to get that 210, 210, 210, 210, 210, and 210, 15, 215, 210, 15, internet 210. Bryce. 18 Prague. Here's the steers off of them, John. They had a round of shots on the Mama. Bennington, Oklahoma. They've been nice grays and steers here. 250 and 250 to get 2.5 and 252.5 to get 2.5 and 255 to get 52.5 to get 52.5 and 252.5 5. Anybody else? 255 and 252.5 to get 5 and 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5. Feeling 252.5 5. Dozen more. Big into them, folks. Big into them. I bet the cows run them off. 240 and 240 to get that 2 and 242 to get that $2 to get that 240 to get that $2 to get that 2 and 241 240 to get that 1 to get that 241 and 41 to get that 41 30 and 230 to get that 30 to get that 30 to get 30 and 230. Good steers, guys. 230 and 230 and 230 to get that 30 to get that 30 to get that 30 20 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 228 9 229 Chamlin 228. Put him on number 11 7 number 7. Thank the Ricky Malone. Here's a Crown Ranches. Got anything on them? Load them. 120 days wean. This particular set of cattle they shipped up here was all born and raised together. John, I'm going to hold that red one, can you? I'm going to hold that red one. 120 days wean. 120 days wean. I entered to get 235, 235, to get 5, 7.5, 235, to get 7.5, to get 7.5, 235, 7.5, 235, 7.5, to get 7.5. Anybody else? 237.5, 40, 240, 241, 242, 242, 3, 4, 244, 245, 245 internet, 245, 246, 247, 248, 250, 250 internet, 250, 250. 250, 250, entered again at 52, 252, 53, 53, 53 internet, 253, Thielen, 251, 31, 31, bring her red back. This here don't walk right. Same deal. She don't walk right. Dollar bill, 10, $10, $110, 110, and 110, 110, 110, 110, 110, and 100 now 10, there to get 110, there to get 10. Josh, where are you? 110, and 110, there to get 10 to buy, there to get 10, 10, 10, 10, $1, $1, there to get $1, there to get $1, there to get 50 cents, 60. $0.20, 30, sold. EMH, 20 cents. Am I start for a dollar, bring $2. Am I start for a dollar, bring 20 cents. Dalmont cattle, KJ. Two round shots in 180 days. 180 days, 2 rounds of shots. Timeout. Didn't they go Gelby a little bit, didn't it? Or did they go Gelby a little bit? Hold on. Sorry. All right, they're going to, sorry, ask right here now. They're going to 235, and 235, and 235, and 40, and 240, 120 days now. They're going to 240, and 240, they're going to 235, 40, and 5, and 245, 50, and 250, they're going to 45, and 50, and 245, and 50, and 250, they're going to 245. Dennis 22. Just 2. Dennis 2. Dalmont again. You bet. 120 days wean. 120 days wean here. They're going to 235, 235, 235, 7.5. They're going to 7.5, 40, 242 and a half. They're going to 45 and 47.5, 50, 252 and a 5. They're going to 7.5, 60, 260. They're going to that's at 260, 2.5, 262 and a half, 262 and a 5, 265. Internet's at 265, 262 and a 5, 262 and a 5. Internet's at 265. Varner, 262 and a half, 50. Dalmont beef again, 120 days wean. Steers, thin steers. 250, 250, to get 5, 255, 60, to get 70, to get 75, to get 80, and 90, to get 290, to get 290, to get 280, 90, and 280, 90, to get David Dodd, 280, put him on 1. didn't do that. I didn't do it. Dalmont beef. 120 days, my friends. $1.60. 162. I mean 260, 260. They're digging at 2, at 262. They're digging at 2. They're digging at 4 and 4 6 here 8. They're digging at 70. They're digging 272, 4 74 6 76 8 78 now 8 $8 internet's out 278 80 and 282 284 284 286 and 284 6 8 288 288 90 and 290 290 290 290 292, 292, 291 3, 291 3, 291 3, 290 internet chat, 291 3, 91 3, Varner, 291 55. Highest cattle sold today. It's more than Burden cattle have been on grass all summer long. Burden cattle from Wetumpka. Grass all summer is 230 and 230. You're to get at 2 and 232. You're to get at 4 and 34. You're to get 36 here. You're to get 8. You're to get $8.40 and 242. You're to get 44. You're to get 46 here. 48 and 50. You're to get 252 and 254. You're to get 256, 258 and 60 and 260. You're to get at 60 and 262. You're to get 262. You're to get 2. You're to get 2. You're to get 2. So 260. Jason. 6. Could have used you in here all day long, Jason. Grass all summer on the steers. 250 and 250 to get 2.5 and 252 and a half to get 2.5 252 and a half and 5 to get 57 and a half to get 60 to get 2.5 and 5 to get 267 and a half 70 and 270 to get 70 to get 70 to get 70 and 70 to get 70 to get 70. David Dodd 267 and a half 2. Did they? Did you go down there? Abilene, Stanford got 6 inches of rain. Wow. Rising Star, Texas, Wilson cattle are 80 days weaned. 80 days weaned. Here's a powerful set of steers, guys. I do too. These are Angus. These are Angus right there now. Here we go. They're to get 260. 260. They're to get 2. 262. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. And 2. They're to get 2. They're to get 2. Got him. 262. 262. 264. 264. 265. 265. Internet chat. 266. 267. 268. 269. Internet. 269. 269. So 268. Varner 69. Got a cripple. Steers again, guys. 235, 235, and 235, 7.5, to get 40, to get 2.5, 42 and a 5, and 45, 7.5, 50, and 252, and 252, 252, to get 252, to get 252, and 2, to get 2, to get 2, Barnhart, 250, 44. McBride really must need her money. Let's go to Edmond, Prairie View, boys. Edmond, Oklahoma. Long time wean, the male says. Long time wean, the male says. Edmond, Oklahoma. 240 and 240 to get at 2.5, to get 240, 2.5, to get 240, to get at 2.5, 240 and 240 to get at 40 to get 40, to get at 40, to get at 40, to get at 40 and 240, 2.5 and 240, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, 2.5, 5, 245, 245, 245, 45. Dennis 240, 2.5, 4. Prairie View cattle. Edmond, Oklahoma. Long time waiting's all you got, right? Long time's all we got, guys. Steers. Little steer cattle, guys. Long time weaning is what the male says. I had to get 250, 255, I had to get 55, I had to get 55, I had to get 60, 265, I had to get 570, I had to get 70, I had to get 272 and a half, 272 and a half, 5, 275, I had to get 75, 7 and a half, 80, I had to get 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 282 and a half, 280, 250, 280, 250, 280, 250, I had to get Jeff Reuter, 280, 45. Let's go to Collinsville, Texas. Johnson cattle, no info. Yes. You got any info? The card says no info. Jeff Johnson. Nice guess. Collinsville, Texas. 235, 235, to get 7 and a half, to get 40, 240, to get 2, to get 44, to get 46, here, to get 48, 48, 50, 252, 254, to get 56, and 58, and 60, 260, 260, to get 258, 60, David Dodd, 258, 6. Don't matter if they're waiting or not. 9 more of them, John. Collinsville, Texas. Looks like yearlings to me, don't they? To you right here, they're going at 235, 235, 235, they're going at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, 7 and a half, 7 and a half, 40, 242 and a 5, 245, 247 and a half, 247 and a half, 245, 47 and a half, 50, 252, 252, they're to get 2, 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3, 252, 3, Gary out, 252, 3, 252, 3, VAR, 252, VAR, 75. Here's the bulls off of them. Bulls right here now, $1.75.80, $1.75.80, 185, 35, 90, at 195, at 195, at 195, 195, at 195, at Terry Bo Mackey looking, 195, 2, at $2.05, 205, Tom, 510, 210, 210, 15, and 20, 220, to get at 25, 225, 30, at 230, to get at 30, to get 5, at 235, 40, at 240, to get at 40, to get at 40, 37 and a half, 40, at 240, to so 237 and a half, all I needed. Six double X. You guys got cattle here to sell today? Sweetie's son-in-law? Hensley? Got you. We'll get after him. Nothing. Don't listen to him. Yep. And George. No. More bulls. $1.50, $1.55 at 155, vertical 55, vertical 60 at 160, vertical 2.5, vertical 5 at 5, 7.5, vertical 70, vertical 5 at 80, vertical 80, 180, 180, 180, 180, 175, vertical 80 at Gary 80 at 185, 85 at 90 at 190, vertical 90, vertical at Terry 185, Terry 11. Commerce, Texas. Grayford cattle, John. Grayford. No information on these either. Grayford from Commerce, Texas, or Oklahoma. Is that Oklahoma? Huh? That's Troy Ford. Okay. Okay, 250, 250, there to get 2.5, 250, 2.5, there to get 250, there to get 2.5, fancy case here, 2.5, and 5, and 55, 60, there to get 5, there to get 70, there to get 5, and 80, there to get 280, 285, 85, there to get 285, and 285, 7.5, and 7.5, and 90, and 290, there to get 90, there to get 90, there to get, so 287.5, put them on Jeff 4. Your partner would have done it. Troy Ford cattle. Yeah, you want to. 700. 700. Well, no shit. I'm sorry. 400, to get out 400, to get out by the head, 400, and 400 now 20, and 420, to get out 20, to get out 420, and 20, 40, and 440, to get out 40, 60, and 460, 80, 480, 480, 485, and 520, and 520, 520, to get 520, to get 520, 520, 520, so 500, Varner, 2-1. Mr. Troyford, or Grayford, or something. Bouquets. 275.80 and 275.80 at 275 vertical 80 vertical 280 vertical 75.80 at 275.80 at 285 vertical 85 vertical 85 at 285 vertical 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 TD 5x 35x. Bulls again, guys. Bulls again. Here, they're to get a 235, a 235, they're to get a 5, they're to get 7.5, they're to get 35, 7.5, and 7.5, they're to get 235, 7.5, and 7.5, they're to get 7.5, they're to get 7.5, and 235, 7.5. Gary's in, and 235, 7.5. Do you think there's heifers? Terry 5X. Y'all okay? Okay. 235, 7.5. 237.5 of the bulls. 237.5. So 235, feeling 5. X. They think there's heifers? I don't either. 2 heifers here. These got a little larger. $1.50, $1.55 at 150, they're to get a 5, they're to get 155 at 155, they're to get 55, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, got you 5 at 155. Huh? What'd you say? 155 internet. 57 and a half. 60. 160 internet. 65. 70 internet. 170. 170 internet. Sold 165. Ricardo. Here's a bull. Here's the daddy. They're too not on enough. Bull. Here's a daddy. $1.35. At a 135.40. At a 135.40. At a 135.40. You're gonna get 5 at 45.50. $1.50. 5.60. $1.60 a pound. $1.60. 5. 165. Sold 160. Thielen 19. Called him a thin neck cutting bull. Perfect. Perfect thin neck cutting bull. You look in the dictionary under thin neck cutting bull, he'll be his picture. Is this Mitchell or Mitchell? Which one? Which one? Put him on Varner. Right, Gary? Mitchell or Mitchell? I know a Mitchell down there, but I don't know. Mitchum cattle. Heifer calves, Mitchum cattle at Minko. 240 and 240 to get at 2.5 and to get 240 and to get 2.5 and to get 42 and a half 5 and 45 and to get 45 and to get 240 2.5 and 240 2.5 247 and a half and to get 7 and a half and to get 7 and a half and 247 and a half and 245 47 and a half and 7 and a half. Jeff Reuter 245 4 more. Bigger sisters right there, 2 1/4, 225 and 225 and to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 225 and 225, 30 to get 30 to get 30 to get 30 to get 30 and 225, 30 to get 225, 32 and a half and 235 and 237 and a half and 40 and 240 internet, 240 and 240 to get 40 to get 40 to get 40 to get 40. So 237 and a half S&H 26. Here's some steers off of them. The Mitchum. Minko. Mitchell's one I know, but it says Mitchum. See lanes out here on this side. Hold one. Sell the rest of them right there. 250. 250 to get 250 and 250 to get 5 and 255 and a whole one, guys. 255 and 255, 255, 255, 255, 255. Feeling 250. 4. There's a cripple one on there. There was. He might have got well. Steers again down Minko Mitchum. It's got good cattle on him. Not very fleshy. That's all the information we got, guys. 235 and 235 to get 7.5 to get 40 to get 40 to get 42 to get 44 to get 46 48 and 48 50 and 252 to get 4 and 46 8 to get 858 258 60 and 262 and 264 to get 66 here to get 266 and 6 hours over the time of your turn 266 264 266 266 So 264 for my Bryce, number 55. 55. Huh? Escobar cattle. 60 days weaned on these guys. 60 days. Anything else? One round of shot, 60 days wean. I like that deal pretty well. I entered to get 235, 235, 7.5, 40, entered to get 42.5, entered to get 5, at 45, entered to get 245, 247.5, 50, at 250, entered to get 50 down here, 50, at 247.5, 50, at 247.5, 50, at 250, entered to get 50, entered to get 50, entered to get 50, Thielen, 247.5, 31. 8 more. Long wean the male says right there now 235 and 235 and 235 40 to get now 240 to get now 35 to get 40 and 235 40 to get now 40 and to get 40 and 42 and a half 242 and a 5 245 242 and a 5 242 and a 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 and 5 Thielen 242 and a half Thielen 31 in Fragum. Heifer. Nice over here. Good big heifer off of them. $2. $2 bill. 2.5. 5. 2, 5, 10. 15. 215 internet. 20. 220. 2.5. 5. 220. 2.5. 220. 2.5. 7.5. 227.5 internet. 227.5. Jeff. 225. Chamlin 2. Here's steers off of them. Escobar steers. The light steers here, 250, 250 to get 2.5, 250 to get 2.5, to get 2.5, 252 and a half, 255, 52.5, 5 to get 252.5, to get 5, to get 5, and 5 to get 52.5, 5, and 55 to get 5, to get 5, to get 5, Thielen, 252.5, 5, 4, 6 more. Bet it did too if you got that much. Escobar steers are off the deal we've been selling. 250, 250 to get 2.5, 250 to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 250, 250 to get 50 to buy, to get 52.5, 252.5, Gary, 2.5, 5, to get 5, Gary, Bill, 55, 7.5, 7.5, 257, 60, 262.5, 262.5, to get 2.5, 262.5, 5, and 5, to get 5, to get 5, to get 2.5, to get 5, to get 5, Thielen, 262.5, what number 5? How much strange you say, Joe Slick? Bunch. Jason said his pond run over this morning. The only wheat he's got sowed is right there. Well, so much for that truckload. We better call and get another load of seed. Boy, the Escobars. Ballface cattle here now, 240, at 240, they're digging 2, at 242, they're digging at 2, they're digging at 240, they're digging at 2, they're digging at 242, and 2, at the gate, 240, where are you? 44, 46, 46, 8, 48, 248, 246, 8, 50, 252, 252, 252, 252, 252 here, Jason, 250, 5. Set of cattle here been on grass. Move them. Been on grass. Been turned out on the grass pasture. They're gonna get 250, and 250. They're gonna get 2.5, and 250, 2.5. They're gonna get 2.5. They're gonna get 2.5, and 250, 2.5. They're gonna get 2.5. What's wrong here, guys? 250, and 250. They're gonna get 50. They're gonna get 50. They're gonna get 50. 35, and 235, and 235, and 235. They're gonna get 5. They're gonna get 40, and 235, 40, and 235, 7.5. I'm behind here, guys. 237.5, 235, 37.5, 237.5. So 235. Put them on Bryce. 77. Seven more of them guys have been turned out a long time. I'll be a little staggered too on them. Little thin flesh cattle here, 240, at 240, to get 2, at 242, to get at 2, to get at 240, to get 2, at 242, to get at 2, to get at 40, to get at 2, and 241, and 241, to get at 1, to get at 1, to get at thin flesh steers got on grass, at 240, and 240, to get at 40, 30. 231 and 231 and 231 2 and 231 2 231 2 to get 231 2 and 231 to get 2 to get 2 to get 2 to get 2 internet 231 for my Bryce 78. They're all right. I like them. Four steers right here now. They're taking that 4 steers right here now. 235, at 235, at 235, they're taking that 5, they're taking that, they're taking that, they're taking that. Oh, steers, 235 and 7.5, and 235, 7.5. Oh, steers, 7.5, and 235, 7.5, they're taking 7.5. Bryce, 235, 77. You guys ain't much help up there. Now you can do something. Little steers right there. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 225. 225. 225. Better get now 25, 25, 25. Been on grass all summer now, Jeff. 225. 225. $2. 2.5. 202.5. 5. 7.5. 10. 12.5. 12.5, Bryce. So 210. 0. Come back in after it's sold out. Chapman 0. Moving, John. Stephenville, Texas are 100 days weaned. This is Mr. Harmon. Mr. Harmon, how are you, buddy? Good to have you here. He's been at Stephenville. It's been dry at Stephenville, hasn't it? You finally got rain this week or something, did you? Here we go, Stephenville, Texas. Weaned forever. 250 and 255 and 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 55, 255 and 255, 55, 55, 55. Got room there, boys. And 250, 50, 50, 35, 40 and 235, 40 and 235, 7.5 and 235, 7.5 behind, boys. 235 and 235, 35, 35, 35, 25 and 225, 225, 35, 35, 35, 35, 225 and 25. OKC West 225. Steers right here now. Stephenville, Texas. Dry weather. Thin fleshed Cattle, do something, Jace. They'll do something right here. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 225. It'll get out 7 1/2. It'll get out 7 1/2. It'll get 30, 230. It'll get out 30. It'll get 2, 232. It'll get 32. It'll get 32. My man's in, your man's out. 232. It'll get 4, 34. It'll get out 36, 38. It'll get 38, 38. Internet's out 238 and 40 and 240. It'll get 2 and 242. Internet 244 and 46 and 46. Internet 246 and 44, 46. Down here at 246, 848, 248, 50, 250 internet, 250, 248, 50, 250 internet at 50. David Dodd, 248, number 2. David Dodd, 2. 7 more of the big brothers. Got a big old frame, don't they? Big old frame, 222 1/2, and 222 1/2, and 222 1/2, and 2 1/2, and 5, and 225, 7 1/2, and again 7 1/2, and 32 1/2, 5, and 35, 7 1/2, and 40, and 242 1/2, and 5, 245, 7 1/2, and 50, and 250 internet, 250, and again 50 internet's out, 250, and 247 1/2, 50, and 50, and again 50 Thelan, 247 1/2, Thelan 7. Thank you, guys. Appreciate y'all very much. Parisic cattle right here. Dennis Parisic. I entered to get 235, 235, and 40. To get 235, 45, to get 45, 55, and 55, 60, and 65, to get 65, 70, and 5, to get 275. He's there. 275, and 275. Tubby, he's there. Tubby, 275, and 275, and 275 here. So 270. Put on 35? No. Terry 5. Terry 5. Parisic again, 235, 235, 235, and to get 35, 35, 35, 35, 35. Yukon guys, 235, 235, 235, 7 1/2, and 7 1/2, and to get 7 1/2, 235, 7 1/2, and 235, 7 1/2, and to get 7 1/2. SH, 235. Put on number 26. Say again. What was it? Slick black out. Little bouquets. Little bouquets right here now. They're getting at 235, 40, and 235, 7 1/2, and 7 1/2, and 40, and 240. They're get 2 1/2, and they get 240, 2 1/2, and 240. They're get 2 1/2, and they get 240, 250, and 240, 250, 240, 250. So 240 Thielen, 4. More bulls. $75 and 175, 80 and 180, and to give 85, and to give 5, and to give 185, 185 and a 185, 90 and 190, and to give 90, and to give 5 and a 195, and a 195, 195, 2 and $2 here, 2, and to get 2, and to get $2, and to get 2 and 2. No, he's out. $2 and 2, and to get 2, and to get SH 195, 27, 26, 36. I know that brand. Hilltop Farm, Pope cattle from Loyal, Oklahoma. Any mail? Anything on them? 235, and 235, and to get 5, 7 1/2, and to get 7 1/2, 40, and 245, and to get 45, and to get 245, 50, and 252 1/2, 5, and 55, 7 1/2, and to get 257 1/2, and 55, 7 1/2. Dennis 255, number 2. Steer off of him. Steer off 250 and 252 and a half and 252 and a half. Vertical 5 and 255. Vertical 5 down here. 5 vertical 55. Vertical 5 vertical 5 7 and a half and 7 and a half. 60 and 262 and a half and 5 and 267 and a half. Vertical 67 and 70 and 270. Vertical 270. Vertical 70 and 70. Vertical 70. Vertical 70. Feeling 267 and a half. 5. Two more heifers off Pope cattle right there now. 2 1/4, 30, 2 1/4. You're going to get 30, you're going to get 30, you're going to get 2 and a half, you're going to get 232 and a half, and 232 and a half, you're going to get 2 and a half, you're going to get 2 and a half. Everybody else, 232 and a half, 232 and a half. Feeling 230, 31. Preg. Hey. 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 She talks nicer than other boys in there, Jason. Oh, they get the same. They all get the same. Hope, Pope, 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 Pope. 240 and 240 to get 40 to get 40 and 2 and a half and 240 255 to get 45 to get 45 internet 245 and 247 and a half and now 50 and 250 internet 250 to get 50 to get 250 and 247 and a half 50 and 250 to get 50 to get feeling 247 and a half 8. Thank you to the Pope people. Let's go to Winnie Wood. Niemeyer, is that right? Winnie Wood. Do what? Niemeyer cattle from Winnie Wood. What you got? Says 1. Male says 1. I understand that, but do we need to check and see if it's different? Okay, 1 and 1. Got 2 of them. Okay, steer and a bull right there now to get a 235 40 and 235 7 and a half 40 to get a 5 to get 50 to get 5 60 to get 260 260 over here 260 to get 65 and 65 to get 70 and 275 and 275 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 TD 270. Put them on Terry 5 X 5X. Niemeyer. Stairs. Pretty good old stairs. Got any mail on them? Kind of got a tail. Got a little tail. 250 and 250 to get 2 and a half and 250 2 and a half to get 2 and a half to get 2 and a half and 250 250 and 250 2 and a half to get 2 and a half. Anybody else here? 2 and a half and 250 2 and a half and 250 2 and a half 250 2 and a half to get 2 and a half to get 2 and a half and 2 and a so 250 for them feeling number 6. Where you been all day? Has he changed professions? No way. No way. 3 of the same steers, Jace. Pretty good stock. 235. 235 and 235. Vertical 5 7 and a half. Vertical 35 7 and a half. Vertical 7 and a half. And 235 7 and a half. 237 and a half. You'll be down here. 237 and a half. 235 7 and a half. 40 and 240. 242 and a half. 242 and a half. Gary. 242 and a half. 5. 247 and a half. 247 and a half, to get 7 and a half, and 50, and 252, 252, to get SH 250, put them on number 36. Good little heifer here, 235, at 235, again at 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, at 40, at 235, 40, to get 235, 40, at 235, you're to get 40 here, 45, at 45, 50, at 250, to get 55, to get 60, at 265, and 5, to get at 265, at 70, at 270, and 70, to get 70, to get 70, Jeff, 265, Rooter 4. Heifer, 230, 230, to get 2.5, 232 and a half, to get 2.5, to get 5, at 35, 37 and a half, to get 37 and a half, at 235, 7.5, how about you, 7.5, at 7.5, 35, 37 and a half, at 7.5 here, Thielen, 235, Thielen number 31. Haven cattle. Chad Haven down Bradley. Short wean guys right here. They're bulls. They're short wean. Bulls here, 2.25, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 235, to get 5, to get 235, 235, to get 35, 5, 5, 35, 35, 235, to get Thielen, 230, put them a number 6X, double X. It's too late. I'm already dried out, blown away by now. Bulls again. Bradley, Oklahoma. $2, 2.5, at 202 and a half, at 202 and a half, at get 2 and a half, at get 202 and a half, 5, at 205, at get 202 and a half, 5, at 205, at get 202 and a half, 5, at 5, at get 202 and a half, 5, at get Thielen, 202 and a half, put on number 7X. Peterson cattle from Pawnee. No information on these either. Pawnee, Oklahoma. You know anything about them fish? Pawnee, Oklahoma. They're pretty long tailed. They do look wean, don't they? No information. 2.25, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 225, to get 30, 225, to get 30, to get 25, 27 and a half, 225, 27 and a half, 27 and a half, 30, 232, 232, 4, 34, 6, 8, to get 600, to get 4, 6, 8, 38 here, 40, 242, 242, 4, 44, to get 42 and 44, 42, 44, 44, to get Thielen, 242, 31. Brago. Steers off of him. Steers off of him. Looks like the wean forever to me right there now. Here we go. Winner to get 240. 240 to get 2.5. 240, 2.5. 240 to get 2.5. To get 240, 2.5. 240, 250, 240, 255. 245 to get 7.5. 50. 250, 2.5. To get 5. 57.5. And now 60. 260, 2.5. And now 5. And 67.5. And now 67. Gary out. 260. I got you. 265. But you're right behind him there. That's 267 and a half. 267 and a half, 70. Now you're not. 270. 2.5. 5. 7.5. 80. David Dodd. 277 and a half. 2. Big heifer. Big heifer. Got a small rupture. Huh? Dollar bill, down 10, and 110, small naval, 110.20, enter to get 30, and 30.40, enter to get $1.50, enter to get $1.60, enter to get $1.70, $1.80, $1.80, $1.80, $1.80, $1.80, and 170.80, and 180 sold, 170, put them on Chamlin 2. She has no naval. $1.50, $1.55, and 155, and 155, 155, 55. Varner, 150, straight. That's not Mr. Coffee up there, is it? How are you, buddy? Same Peterson cattle. Blue eyes. 240, 240, 2.5, and get 40, and get 2.5, 240, 2.5, 240, and get 2.5, and get 2.5, and get 2.5, and 7.5, and get 50, and get 52.5, and 5, and get 55, and get 57.5, and 60, and get 260, and 2.5, 265, 267.5. 267.5, 267.5, and get 7.5. Jason, 265, 5. He helps you along there. Cribble? Huh? Look for a line. Feeder heifers. Male. Waiting on a male. You know anything about him? McDowell Ranch. That's that deal out at Shamrock. McDowell Ranches. Pretty good heifers right there now. They're looking at it tomorrow. You'll have to guarantee them tomorrow. The only ones you guarantee today got 11 out of 12. The only ones you guarantee today got 11 out of 12. McDowell steers. Little light steers right there now. They're get 235 and 235 and 7.5. And get 35, 7.5 and 40 and 42 and a half, 45. And get 45, 7.5, 50 and 250. And get 2.5. And get 255 and 57 and a half. And get 257 and a half. What they weigh? 257 and a half. 255, 7.5. 255, 57 and a half. Y'all bid 257 and a half. 60. 8, 9, 60, 1, 2, 61, 2, and 61, 2, 200, 2, so 261, Jason, 5. What? Make sure they're on a bull. Is there a bull on there, Ricardo? There was a bull. Is it a bull or cut? Today? Tomorrow? Fresh cut? Tomorrow. Well, this will be this young lady right down here in front of me. She buys the very best when she buys them. She's a little bit chinky with her money, though. She has to quit every once in a while. She's got her all long time wean. Most of them 6 months. It might be a handful, just 60 days. Most of them are all 6 months wean. 240, and 240, to get 2.5, and 240, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 240, to get 2.5, and 7.5, to get 50, to get 5, and 60, to get 260, and 255, 7.5, 255, 7.5, 255, 7.5, and 7.5, to get 7.5. So 255, Jeff Reuter. 5. 5 more of them. 5 more. Aren't they good heifers? 6 months right here, guys. 6 months right here. And to get out there to get a 230 and 232 and 232. To get out 200 to get out 230 to get out 2. Yes, sir. 232 and 232. Anybody else here? 232 and 4 and 34. Now 6. Now 8. 38. 40 and 240 internet. 240 and 240 internet. 240 and 238. 40 and 238. 40 to get out 40 to get out 40 to get 40. Thielen. 238. 31. There's 2 more of this young lady's heifers. Where in the world did you get a spot? Your dad must have done that. $2, 2.5, and 2.5, and 7.5, 10, to get 12.5, to get 15, to get 17.5, now 20, and 220, 2.5, to get 5, and 227.5, 227.5, internet chat, 227.5, and 225, 227.5, and 7.5, and so 225, put them on 0, Chamberlain O. Old Spot might have made more money than any of them. She'll make that man at bottom right there more money than any of them, too. Is that all them, Jackson? You got steers, too, young lady? Here they are, I bet. 60 days on a few of them, most of them 6 months. 245 and 245 vertical now 7.5 vertical 50 and 255 vertical now 55 vertical 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 7.5 and 60 vertical now 2.5 and 5 vertical 65 65 7.5 and 70 270 2.5 and 270 2.5 vertical 270 250 and 270 250 vertical 2.5 David G. and 72.5 here vertical so 270 put them on 5 put them on fish 5 14 more her steers. She brought you a good set, Jace. She brought you a good set. 250 at 250 to get 2.5 at 250 2.5 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 to get 2.5 at 250 250 at 255 at 255 7.5 60 at 62.5 to get 5 at 5 to get 7.5 to get 70 at 270 to get 70 to get 70 to get 70 at 267.5 70 and 70 to get 70 to get 70 to get 70 Warner 267.5 put them on 5 5 5 2 horns off. And a bad back steer. Put them all together. CNF Farms. Didn't we have that earlier? No, we did not. A load of these, about 100 of them, Jason says. What do you know about them? Huh? Just off the cow, along with that young man up there. How you doing, young man up there? You do, you bet your life. They're pretty nice right here. Coffee cattle. Here we go. They're going to 250 and 250 and 250. They're going to 50. They're going to 50 and 250. They're going to 50 to buy, but they get 50 and 250. They're going to 50 and 250. They're going to 50. They're going to 50. They're going to 25 and 225 and 225. They're going to 25, 25, 30 and 230. They're going to 35. They're going to 5. They're going to 40 and 240. They're going to 35, 40. Jeff Reuter 235. Put on a number. Straight. 4X. 28 more of them. Well, they're good calves. Really, 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 really good calves. Love that cross. 2 1/4, 225, to get 7.5, to get 30, 232.5, to get 5, to get 7.5, 40, 242.5, 5, 45, to get 242.5, 242.5, 245, 7.5, 7.5, 245, 7.5, 247.5, to get 7.5. Jeff Reuter, 245, number 5. You like them? I do too. It's too wet for you to plant wheat. Probably not. You don't think? Same cattle now, 230, 230 to get 2.5, 230 to get 30 to get 30 to get 30 to get 2.5, 232.5 to get 2.5 to get fancy, 232.5, 232.5, 232.5, internet chat, 232.5, 232.5, Jeff yacht, 232.5, so 230, Varner, 2X. Boy calves. Little bull calves right here now. They're getting at 250, at 250. They're getting at 50. They're getting at 250, and 250. They're getting 5. They're getting at 55. They're getting 560, at 265. They're getting 70. They're getting 5, at 275, and 275. They're getting 5. They're getting 5. They're getting 5. They're getting 275, and 75 fish. 270 number 0. 10 more bulls. Here's some more of them, guys. Bulls. Black nose chars. Bulls right there, 2 1/4, at 225, at now 7.5, at 225, at 7.5, at now 7.5, at 225, 7 at 30, at 230, at 2.5, at 5, at 235, 7.5, at 40, at 240, 2.5, at 45, at 7.5, at 50, at 250, at 50, at 50, at 50, at 247.5, 50, at 240, give 8. Now 50, 248, 50, 248, 50, 248, 50. So 248, Thielen. 5X. 45 more bulls. That's a lot of bull. Jeff, you could have went with him and castrated him with for him. There's about as good a set of bull animals you'll get a chance to buy, folks. 45 of them. 210, 210, 12 and a half, 210, they're taking at 12 and a half, they're taking at 210 now, 12 and a half, they're taking 12 and a half, 15, and 212 and a half, they're taking 15, and 15, Gary, and 15, they're taking 17 and a half, 20, and 220, they're taking at 22 and a half, they're taking 2 and a half, and 225, they're taking 7 and a half, they're taking 30, and 230, they're taking 2 and a half, they're taking 232 and a half, and 230, 250, 230, 250, G-bid, 32 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half. Anybody else? 232 and a half. So 230. Thielen. 6X. Bite you. This same cattle? I don't believe it is. Virgil, thank you. Appreciate you. Schmidt cattle. Chickasha. Long winged. 2 rounds of shots. Long wing, 225, and 225, they're getting at 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225, they're getting at 30, and 230, they're getting at 225, 30, 30, 30, they're getting at 30, they're getting at 35, and 235, 40, and 240, they're getting 5, and 245, they're getting 245, and 245, internet chat, 245, Dennis chat, 245, Varner, 240, 50. Steers right here now. They're getting at 235, at 235, at 235. Long wing now. 235, 7.5, and 40, at 242 and a half, 5. They're getting 47 and a half, 50, at 250. They're getting 52 and a half, 5, at 55, 252 and a 5, 252 and a half, 5, 252 and a 5. J. Shaw bid at 55. They're getting 7.5, and 7 and 60, 2 and a half, 262 and a 5, 267 and a half. 270 and 270 to get 70 to get 70 to get 70 Varner 267 and a half 501. Here's a good set of steer cattle right here, folks. A long time wean, the male says now, Jace. No, it does it. New deal. Sorry, new deal. Pierce, 35 days wean. 35 days wean. 235 and 235 and again 35 35 35 235 and 235 and again 35 35 30 good cattle guys 235 and 235 and 235 and again 35 35 35 35 35 and 235 and again 225 225. Let's do this tomorrow. They held up pretty good then. Bull cab is soft footed. He is a good one. $2. Save $400 there. $2. $2. $2. $1. $1.10. $120. $130. $140. $150. $160. $170. $180. $190. $190. $180. $90. Fish $180. Zero. Straight. Zero. Six heifer calves off of them, guys. No, new deal. MTC. What'd you say? 40 some of these calves altogether. Good calves. No information, but they're bunked up good. George tells you at 225, at 225, at 225, and again at 25, 20. Good little old light calves, guys. He said they bunked up good. 225. 225, 225, and 225, and again at 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225, and again at 25, 25, 25, you old bed, George, at 225, 210, 210, 210, $2, 5, 10, you're out, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 212 and a half, 15. George, 212 and a half. Hadley. I miss you. Same cattle. They bunked up good. He said $2. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. On these, yeah. 202 and a half. 207 and a half, 10. 210, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 2 and a half, 5, 220, 2 and a half, 220, 2 and a half, 220, 2 and a half, 220, 2 and a half. So 222 and a half. Put them on 0. Chamlin O. Who said that? Who told him that? Steers off of him, George? Same cattle. Same cattle. They bunked up good. Don't look like they all bunked up too good. 225. 225 and 225 and again 25 25 25 25 25 25 and 225 and again 25 25 25 25 30 and 230 and again 225 and again 30 225 235 40 242 and a half 245 247 and a half 50 2 and a half 55 252 and a 5 252 and a 5 Troy, 252 and a half. 4, 3. Same animals, George. Same animals. 210. 210, 12 and a half, 210, I get that 12 and a half, I get 210, 12 and a half, and 210 now, 12 and a half, I get 12 and a half, TJ, you bid? Huh? No. 210, and 210, and 210, I get that 10 about, I get 10, and 210, I get that 10 about, I get 10, 10, 10, $2. $2 bill, $2 square, $2, anybody get 2, and $2, they bucks up good, $2, 150, 160, 150, 160, 170, 180, 190, 190 internet, 190 internet. You're out down here, 190. Varner, 180, 0. Same cattle, same cattle, same cattle. Same deal. Same deal. $2, 2 and a half, 202 and a half, and 202 and a half, and $2 bill, 2 and a half, and I get 2 and a half, and I get 202 and a half, and 5, and 205, and I get 205. Somebody want to try something right here? Opportunity might be here. 205, 7 and a half, 10, 12 and a half, 15, 17 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 225, 7 and a half, 30. 2 and a half, 5, 7 and a half, 237 and a half, 237 and a half. David Dodd, 235, 6. Zach Scott Cares. Pretty little old lightweight heifers now, 235, and 235, and 235, to get 5, to get 235, 40, and 240, to get 40, to get 5, and 50, to get 50, to get 250, and 245 now, 50 a pound, 5, and 255 now, 60, and 260, to get 255, 60, 255, 60. Dennis, 255, 2. You just getting here? Coy, you just getting here? You got 60 more years. They look like they got guts to me. They got guts. 225, 225, and get 25, 25, 30, 230, and get 25, 35, and get 5, and get 40, 245, and get 45, and get 45, 45, and get 245. Yeah, down here, 245, 245, and get 5, and get 5. So 240, Jeff, 5. Some more of them, guys. They're good Angus cattle. Ain't got anything on them. Didn't have anything on them. 230, and 230, you're to get at 2, and 2, you're to get at 232, you're to get at 2, you're to get at 2, but to get 2, but to get 2, but to get 2, but to get 2, and 232, guys, that can't be too heavy. They got too much guts. 225, 30, 225, 30, 232 and a half, 5, 235 internet, 7 and a half, 237 and a half. So 235, Bryce. What number? 77. I don't know what number. Was it Bryce? No. Shane. Shane. 5. Number 5, is that right? BS 5. 52. Little bulls. Fancy little bulls. Same case. 260, 260, to get at 2.5, to get at 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 260, 2.5, and 5, to get 7.5, and 70, 275, and 77.5, to give 80, and 280, to give 80, 280, 280, 280, 2.5, 285, 285, 7.5, and 90, and 290, 2.5, to get 290, 2.5, and 290, 250, 290, 250, 290, 250. TJ, 290, put him on Troy 4. 3. You must run into him. I saw one of your old buddies at the ball game the other night. He said, I'm going to turn TJ loose this week and tell him to do something. Then he talked another hour. Bulls. Bulls. Same cattle, I guess. 2 1/4, 2 1/4, 225, to get 9, 25, 30, to get 9, 230, to get 9, 25, to get 30, and 230, to get 5, and 235, to get 5, 40, and 240, to get 40, to get 235, 40, and 235, 40, to get 235, 40, and 40, to get 40. So 235, put on Varner 3. Long-tailed heifers. Long-tailed heifers here. To get out 2 1/4, and 2 1/4, and 225, to get out 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, and 225, to get out 25, 25, 25, 7.5, and 7.5. We together 227.5 now 30, and 232.5, and 232.5, to get 2.5, to get 5, and 237.5, 40, and 240, to get out 40, to get 40 down here 40, and 237.5, 40, and 40, to get out 40, to get VAR 237.5, 5.8. Get this man's cattle sold. Already worked, aren't they? Already worked. Same deal. Rockin' Eagle. Rockin' Eagle. He didn't look up, so must not be it here. 265, at 265, very good, 5, very good, 85, 85, 85, good cash here, at 265, at 265, very good, 5, 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 at 265, they wouldn't be the highest cattle I've sold today. 265, 265, 265, well, $2, now 10, 210, 210, 220, 230, 240, 250, 240, 50. 240, 50. 240, 50. 240, 50. George, 240. Oakley. Put them together. I like Oakley's best. Poor girl. Poor little girl. Oakley will, yeah. Some more steers. Rockin' Eagle. Must not be that guy I was thinking. Yearlings. Yearlings right here now. They're going to 235. At 235. They're going to 5. Little staggy. It's all going to go. 235. At 235. At 237 and a half. 40. At 240 internet. 240. At 240. They're going to 40. They're going to 40. Internet's out. 240. At 42. 242. 242. 244. 244 internet. 244. 244. 244. 246. 246. 248. 248 internet. 248. 248, 246, and 248. Varner, 246, 67. Steers, they're going to 220, 225, they're going to 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, they're going to 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 230, they're going to 25, 30, they're going to 230, at 5, they're going to 35, Jays 5, they're going to 540, 240, they're going to 235, 40, 235, 40, they're going to 40, they're going to 40, Jackson 235, 5. We got lots and lots and lots of cattle left, guys. From Bethany, Oklahoma, 60 days weaned. Nice stock right there. Now they're to get at 250, at 250, they're to get 5, at 255, they're to get 5, they're to get 60, and 5, they're to get 70, they're to get 5, they're to get 80, and 5, they're to get 90, and now 5, they're to get 3, at $3, to get 295, 3, at 295, 3, at 295, 3, they're to get at 3, they're to get at 3, they're to get 3, they're to get 3. George, 295, George. Oakley. I have a good one. Chickasha, Oklahoma, Bailey's. 30 days wean. 30 days wean. Bailey cattle. Chickasha. 230, 230, you're to get at 2, 232, you're to get at 2, you're to get at 2, you're to get at 2, you're to get 232, 232, you're to get at 2, you're to get at 2, everybody else here, 232, 232, 4, and 34, you're to get at 6 here, you're to get 236, internet now 8, 238, now 40, and 242, 242, you're to get at 42, you're to get 242, 242, you're to get at 2, so 240, that'll be, DS 52 30 more 30 days more, same cattle with 30 days waiting. How about that? 250 at 255 at 255 vertical 5 vertical 255 vertical 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 at 250 now 5 vertical 250 now 5 at 250 now 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 vertical 5 and 5 vertical 55 vertical 5 or 250 for number 55. Let's go to Enid. Hoffenberger cattle. Steers here 260 and 268 are taking that 2.5 and 268 are taking that 2.5 and 2.5 and 2.5 and 262 and steers for heavier price, guys. 262.5, 5, 265, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 277.5, 277.5, 80, 282.5, 5, 282.5, 285. So 282.5, Troy, 40. What? 12 steers. They're nice black steers. 235 and 235 and 235 and to get at 40 and 240 to get at 235 and to get 7.5 and 235 7.5 and to get 7.5 and to get 7.5 40 and 242.5 and to get 5 and 47.5 50 and 252.5 and to get 5 and 7.5 and to get 257.5 60 and 262.5 and 5 and to get 5 7.5 and 67.5 and 265 and to get 7.5 and 7.5 Varner 265 1. Christensen cattle from Kingfisher. Got anything, John? 235, 40, and 235, and to get 5, and to get 7.5, and to get 7.5, 40, and 245, and to get 245, and to get 7.5, and 50, and 252.5, and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get 7.5, and to get 60, and 260, and to get 60, and to get 60, and to get 60, TD, and I'll put them on Terry 5X. No, just 5. Y'all get your heads together, would you? Mark, quit feeding them over there, man. They got to think. They got to think. Bad back. Dollar bill now 10 and 100 now 10 and 100 now 10 and 20 to get $1.20 $1.20 $1.20 $1.20 $1.10 $1.20 $1.30 $1.30 $1.40 $1.40 internet $1.40 $1.40 internet $1.30 40 Terry 139. She still got cattle here. 2.25, 2.25, you're going to get 30, you're going to get 225, to get 30, you're going to get 225, 30, and 225, to get 30, you're going 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 to get 30, and 30, so 225. Terry, 5. Get out of there, Terry. What's going on? My goodness, you guys sure having a hard time finding you a nest. Remind me of a Duroc sow trying to find a nest, build a nest before she lays down. Bull calves. Same cattle. Christian cattle. Kingfisher. What do you give here, George? 275 and 275. They're gonna 75, 75, 80 and 290. They're gonna 90, 90, 93. They're gonna $3.05 and 305. They're gonna 305. They're gonna 305 and 305. They're gonna sold $3. Terry, 5X. Now I got it. I always thought the Heifers went on X, the others went on straight. Gets a different way around. One bull and it looks like a bunch. You got mail? Bulls right here, 220 and 220. They're taking out 2.5. They're taking 220, 2.5, 5 and 25. They're taking 7.5, 30 and 230. They're taking out 30. They're taking out 30. They're taking 2.5 and 235. They're taking 5. They're taking 5, 7.5. They're taking 7.5, 40 and 240, 2.5. They're taking 45 and 240, 7.5. They're taking 50 and 250. They're taking 50. They're taking 50. They're taking 50. Troy, 240, 7.5, 4. Don't leave me, Gary. Don't leave me, Gary. Bull right here now. They're taking $1.85, 185, 185, at 185 and 90, 185 and 90, 190, 190, 185, 90, 185, they're taking 90, they're taking 90, they're taking 90, sold 185, put them on Terry 11. I miss you, Ricardo. I miss you. How's your little girl? Good, thank you. Northwood. Mark Woods right here. Hinton. 250, 250, they're to get 5, 255, they're to get 55, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, they're to get 5, 255, they're to get fancy little Heifers. $2, not 10. 210, 220, 230 internet, 230, 40. So 230 Derek, 230 Derek Moore. Your number on him, Derek? Guess not. 4 more Heifers. Good average here, 235, 235, 235, to get at 35, 35, 35, how you to get at 35, 235, 235, to get at 5. Good average, guys, 235, 5, to get 235, to get 5, to get 5, to get 5. Jeff Reuter, 235, 4. This be Ed Federson's Heifers down there at Union City. What about these, John? You know anything? Cow, Ralph the Mama, they're taking out 2 1/4, 225, they're taking out 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, 225, they're taking out 25, 25, 25, 25, 225, they're taking 25, 7.5, 30, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 232 and a half. Jeffrey, you're looking at 5, 235, 235, 232 and a 5, 232 and a 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 5, they're taking 5. So 232. Varner, what number? 2X. Maybe the reason she's got a bad back. Bull, right here now, they're taking bulls off. Are they steers or bulls? Bull cattle right here, 230, 232 and a half, 232 and a half. Federson cattle, Union City, 232 and a half, 230, they're to get 2 and a half, they're to get 230, they're to get 30, they're to get 30, 230, they're to get 30, 20, 220, they're to get 2 and a half, they're to get 222 and a half, 222 and a half, they're to get 2 and a half here. Troy, 220, 5. 5-1. How about blue? Ah, not high enough. Gardner. Got a bull. $1.50, $1.60, $1.60, to get 150, 160, 160, 160, at 150, 160, to get 160, 60 sold, 150 parliamentary 11. Keep the insects off the camera. We need to get these boys right down here. Sweeney. Gary Owens, I guess they coming off the cow yesterday. We're not going to sell them till late, though. This bad back. You bad back, George? This is what? Cripple off who? Jason? I can't hear you. Buckler. Who's off? Who on? Peter's calf right there. $1 a pound. $1.10. 110. 120. 130. 140. 140. 50. 150. 160. 160. 160. Internet chat. 160. 70. 170. 170. Sold 160 internet. Withrow. Bull off the 55s.
Is this yours, Kelsey? Larry Wilson.
69s. Just a bull, I guess. $1.25. I mean, 225. 210. 210. There to get 10, 12 and a half, 15. 215, 70 and a half, 20, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, 222 and a half, Varner, 220. 3. Bull. $2, 2.5. I 202 and a half, 5. I 202 and a half, 5. 205, 7 and a half. Better get 7 and a half. I can't see you now. Got a flag him away. 207 and a half, 10. 210, 12 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. 210, 12 and a half. Varn, 210. 3. I held this one. They done 31. 100 and some days wean right there. Is that a he or she? A she right there now. They're taking $1.75, $1.75, and 175, and 5, and 5, and 5, and 5, and 175, 80, and 180. They're taking 175, 80. They're taking 180, and 180. They're taking 80. They're taking 80. They're taking 80. They're taking so 175. But I'm on channel no. Lame Waffle Warner 69. Larry Wilson, Cripple George. A little bit. 80 days. 80 days. $2.10. 210. 210. 210. 80 days. Here's Jace. $2. $2. They're getting at 2. And 210. They're getting at 10 to buy. But to get 10. And 210. They're getting at 10 to buy. But to get 10. They're getting 10. 10. Jason. $2. 5. SH 20 something. Slick black. $2, 2.5, Vatican 202.5, Vatican 2.5, Vatican 202.5, Vatican 2.5, and 202.5, Vatican 2.5, Vatican 2.5, and 2.5, Vatican 2.5, Vatican half, Chamberlain, $2. Oh, oh, what is it? Lame? It's one we held. Okay. Mitchum, yep. Big left rear. Big left rear. Dollar bill, 10, 120, 130, 140, 150, 60, 160, 70, 80, 180 internet, 180 internet. Derek, you're out. 180, 170, give 80. Sold 170. Oakley. Bad back. Or what? Federson calf right there, heifer. Dollar bill, 10, 110, 110, $1.10, $1.10, $1.10. Anybody else here? 110? Dollar, Harry. 9. Yeah. We don't need, yeah. Two of them horns, a little bit of bad back. 230, put them on. What price you say?
Awesome. Back to your way, George.
That's my bad. Here's orange calves off the cows yesterday. Huh? Do what? Hold on. What do you give two, George? What do you give for two, George? 210 and 210 there to get out 10 to buy, but to get 10 and 210 there to get out 10 to buy, but to get in whole one now 210 and 210 there to get out 10 there to get in Hadley $2. $1.50, $1.50 here, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, there to get $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, $1.50, there to get $1.50, $1 a pound, $1.10, 110. Sure do miss my Mexicans. You got one of them up there, I won't say nothing. 120, 130, 140, 140. Internet shout, 140, 140. Sold 130 Ricardo. He's working on his tractor. Said he's working on his tractor. I didn't know he was a mechanic. I need him at my house. Who's telling on me? Gary Reed. If you'll be telling my secrets, you're gonna have to find you a new damn place to live. Gary Owens. Gary Owens. Yeah, he's been a little busy selling furniture. They'll be good cattle. They're just hungry. What do you give, George? $2, 2.5, and 2.5, I get 2.5, I get 2.5, I get 2.5, and $2 bill, 2.5, I get 2.5, I get outside to go, 2.5, and 2.05, and 2.05, I get 7.5, and 10, and 2.10, 12.5, I get 15, and 2.15, I get 2.12.5, 15, 17.5, 20, and 2.20, I get 2.5, and 5, I get 2.25, I get 2.20, 2.5, and 2.20, 2.5, I get 5, so 2.20, 2.5, Dodd. 5.5, 5.5. Bulls. $2, 2.5, and 2.5, and 2.5, better get that 2.5, better get 2.5, and 2, better get that 2.5, 2.5, anybody else? 2.5, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 10, 210, 12.5, 212.5, 210, 12.5, so 210 Varner, 25X. Anadarko, the Igos. Don't you know them? Anadarko, the Igos. They're good bulls right there. 235, at 235, at 235, better get at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 235, at 235, better get at 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, at 235, better get 40, at 235, 40, better get 235, 40 bar, 235, 1X. Steers here. Steers here. No, looks like a bull to me. One bull, one steer. Son of both right there. I entered to get at 220, at 220, there to get at 2.5, at 220, 2.5, there to get at 220, there to get at 20, there to get at 20, at 220, there to get at 25, there to get at 20 here, 25, there to get 20, and 20, there to get $2, 2.5, 202.5, 205, 202.5, 510, 210, 210, 12.5, 15, 212.5, 15. So 212.5, put them on Chamlin 7. Big heifers right there now. They're getting at $2, 2.5, and 202.5, and 202.5. They're getting at 2.5, they're getting 2.5, they're getting $2, and $2. They're getting at 2 to buy, they're getting 2, they're getting at 2, they're getting at 2, they're getting poor heifers, guys. 2, 2.5, 202.5, 202.5, 202 and a half. Better get 2.5, 2.5 here. So $2. Put them on. Right. 16 and preg. Steer right there, steer. And $2.10, and 2.10, and 2.10. They're getting at 10 to buy, better get 10, and 2.10. They're getting at 10 to buy, better get 10, 10, 10, 10, 10. Who'll give 10, and 2.10. They're getting at $2 here too, and $2 there. Better get 2, better be 2. Steer not very high, guys. $2, 2, 2.5, 2, 2.5, 2, 2.5. So $2. Put them on. Jamming it O. Nice over here now, 210, and 210, better get at 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, better get 210 now, 12 and a half, better get 12 and a half, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, better get 12 and a half, out the gate, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, and 210, 12 and a half, better get 210, 12 and a half, and 12 and a half, better Shamlin, 210, put them on O. She lame right there now, dollar bill, now 10, and 10, 20, and 120, 30, 130, 40, 140, 50, 150, 60, and 170, 170, 80, 180. She must not be as crippled as I thought. 180, 170, 180, 170, 180 here, Ricardo, 170. 2. Thought I had her sold best ball. Mike Goodson cattle. Goodson. Mike Goodson. Is that Res boy? Huh? John's dad. Little steer. Dollar bill. Now 10. $1. Now 10. At 110. At 110. 110. 110. 120. 120. 110. 120. 110. 120. 100. Yep. 110. 20. 110. 20. 30. 130. 130. Sold 120 MH straight. Another one. These guys in here. Little bull calf right there now. They're taking out $2. $2 here, they're taking out 2. They're taking out $2 here, 2 there. Better get 2, better get 2, better get 2. At $2 bill. They're taking out $2. They're taking out 2. They're taking $2.50. $1.50, $1.60, 160, 70, 80, 180, 170, 80, Varner, 170, 25X. Glenn Marvell heifers. Nice heifers, Mo Carchi. Good girls right there. 225 and 225. Better get 30 and 225, 30. Better get at 230. Better get at 30. Better get at 30. Better get at 30 and 2.5. Better get 230, 2.5. You out of here. 230, 2.5 and 230, 2.5 here. 2.5 here. 2.5 and 2.5. Better down Chamberlain. Put them on number 3. No. 2. I'm sorry. Let's go to Norman Robbins. Bull right here and enter again. What do you get, George? $2 and 205 and 205 10 and 205 10 205 10 205 10 15 and now 20 230 and 230 40 and 240 to get 30 40 to get 230 40 and 235 235 235 to get 5 to get 5 to get 5 MH 230 MH 230. Who do you think named this guy? Red Robbins. Oh, Steers Bulls. He'll be a bull. $1.50. and 150 and 150 60 and 170 170 80 and 180 180 170 180 170 80 and 170 give 80 and 180 here bar 170 19x
Partner 19X will pin with a 107.
steer 220 222 and a half and 222 and a half better get that 2 and a half better get 220 222 and a half 222 and a 5 225 222 and a 5 222 and a 5 222 and a 5 better get 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 Jason 222 and a half 5 Sterling, Oklahoma. What's your name? Burris Cares from Sterling. 235, a 235, a 235, better get at 35, 35, 35, 35, 40, a 235, 45, a 45, 50, better get 55, a 55, better get 255, a 250, better get 5, better get 55, better get 5, better get Troy, 250, 40. Or the Burris cattle of Sterling. Nice stock, boys. Nice stock right there now. 235. 235. Better get 555. Better get 235. 7.5. 235. 7.5. And 7.5. Everybody else here 7.5. 235. 37 and 40. 242 and a half. 242 and a half. 240. Better get 2.5. 240. 250. 240. 250 here. Varner. 240. 1. Hensley cattle. There's that young man's calves right there. What's his name? Three-round shots and long wing. What's that little boy's name? James? You better pay attention here, James. We're going to sell your cattle. Here we go. They're long wing, guys. Herbers. 235. 235, 235, better get 5, better get 7.5, better get 7.40, 240, 2.5, better get 240, 2.5, 240, better get 2.5, 5, and 45, 7.5, better get 50, 250, better get 50, better get 247.5, 50, 247.5, 50, better get 50, Dennis, 247.5, 4. Here's two more little heifers, long wean now. Long time wean, 220, 220, 2.5, 220, 2.5, better get 2.5, better get 2.5, got that man over there, 220, 2.5, 225, 227.5, 30, 230, 2.5, 5, 235, 230, 2.5, 7.5, 40, 240, 240, 2.5, 245, 245, 240, 2.5, 245, 240, 2.5, bar, 240, 2.5, 5.8. There's 3 steers off of him, George. Long wing, 3-round shots. James, what are you going to do with all your money? Yeah. Pretty good steers right there now. They're looking at 245, 245, 245, they're looking at 45, they're looking at 5, they're looking at 5, they're looking at 245, 245, they're looking at 45, 45, 45, 45, 245, they're looking at 7.5, and 47.5, 45, 47.5, or 245. Put them a number. What number? 55. Thank you, Mr. Hensley. Appreciate you guys. Thank y'all. Here's Hobson. Todd Hobson. 2 1/4. 2 1/4. 225. 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, and 225. 225. She's a good heifer, guys. 225. 225. 225, 30, 230, 230, 230, 40, 50, 250. Dennis, 240, 2. Not in the ring, you're not. Hobson cattle. Long wean, he said, right there now, to get 240, at 240, to get 2.5, at 240, 2.5, to get 240, 2.5, at 247.5, 50, at 250, 2.5, 5, and 5, 7.5, 60, and 2.5, to get 5, and 5, 7.5, and 70, and 2.5, 75, at 270, 2.5, 270, 2.5, to get 5. You bet up here. Var, 272.5, 5, 5. Black Hereford Bulls, okay. Heard black ballies of them. There's a good set of calves. Russell cattle, Keith Russell, O'Keene. O'Keene, Oklahoma. Good heifers here. 235, a 235, a 235, a 235, at a 35, 35, 35, 35, 7.5, a 235, 7.5, at a 40, and 240, to get 7.5, 40, and 237.5, 40, and 40, to get 40. You've been up here, and 40, to get 40, to get so 237.5, or 46. Two good little bulls right here. 250, at 250, to get 2.5, at 250, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 250, at 250, to get 2.5, at 250, 2.5, and 55, 7.5, to get 7.5, 60, and 62.5, and 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, TJ, 260, put him on number 4. Mr. Russell's Bulls right there, 225, 225, to get 25, 25, 25, 25, 30, 230, to get 25, 35, 35, to get 7.5, to get 7.5, 35, 7.5, 235, 7.5, 40, 240, to get 40, to get 40, 240, to get 40, to get 40, Chapman, 237.5, oh. Mr. Freeman's cattle from Anadarko, LTW. LTW. Thin flesh heifers here, 240, and 240, 2.5, and 240, 2.5, and to get 2.5, and a darko now, 240, 2.5, 5, and 245, and to get 240, 2.5, and 240, 2.5, and 240, 2.5, who get 5, and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get 5, and to get 5, Dennis, 240, 2.5, 4. Out of the way, now you're doing it. You come right on in. Start them $20 under the money, they will. Little crossbred heifers right there now, 210, and 210, 12.5, and 210, 12.5, and to get 15, and 15, 17.5, and to get 17.5, now 20, and 222.5, 222.5, sir, 222.5, 222.5, 222.5, so 220, Chairman O. Oh. Dusty's bidding, yeah, he's helping me all he can. How's your family? Good. Or the Freemans, Anadarko. Bulls. Bulls. I can't hear you. Steers right here, 260, and 260, to get 2.5, and 260, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, and 260, 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, to get 2.5, 50, and 250, 2.5, and 250, to get 2.5, to get 50 now, 2.5. Would you give it for one? 250, 2.5, 7.5, 60, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 70, 2.5, 5, 7.5, 80, 2.5. Jason, 280, number 5. Bring one back. Here, Mr. Freeman got a bull. Then wean as well. Okay. Dollar a pound. Dollar a pound. Where? $1.10. 110. 110. 110. 110. Is this one you doctored the other night, Jason? 110. 110. Sold 100. Ricardo. Huh? Herber cattle, 175, 175, 175, at a dollar 75, at a 175, at a 175, at a 175. They're black. 175, 175, 150, 155, 155. They're black. 155. Sold 150 Varner. 93. Where's Dale Ransom when you need him? Him and Antonio. Him and Antonio. $1.50, 155, and 155, to get 55, 60, to get 5, to get 70, to get 5, and 80, to get 5, to get 90, and 5, at a 195, 195 internet, 195, VAR 190, 25X, Chico, Texas. I didn't think so either. Long-tailed heifers right there. Ruddick heifers. Ruddick heifers right there. You're looking at 235 and 235 and 235. Looking at 5. Looking at 5. Looking at 5. Looking at 5. Looking at 5 and 235. Looking at 5. Looking at 5. Looking at 5. 235. What's wrong here, guys? 235. Black one pregnant. 210. 210. $2. Get in here, Jeff. Don't leave me. Don't leave me. Kind of like her myself. 230 and 232. They're looking at 230. They're looking at 2. They're looking at 232 and 232. They're looking at $2. They're looking at Dennis. Where are you? 232 and 2. They're looking at 232 here. Dennis 230. Number 2. Huh? 4. You like her, Dustin? Huh? Don't matter if you do it or don't. You got her. It's kind of like George. think she's a lot better by herself. 210. 210, 12 and a half. 210 now, 12 and a half. Ready to get 210 now, 12 and a half. Ready to get 210, 12 and a half. And 210, ready to get 10, ready to get 210. She's a good heifer. 210. PR, I saw her tomorrow. Chandler. 11. 11. There's two more of the steers off that same consignment, rutted cattle. Pretty good thin old steers, I think. 250, 250, to get 2, and 252, to get $2, to get 2, to get 2, to get 2, to get 2, and 252, to get 2, to get 2, to get 2, and 2. You go sell them both, George. Sell the red one, 250, 5, 255. Jason, 250, 5. Sell the black one. Black one's cripple. $1.10. 110 on the black one. 120. 130. 140. 150. 160. 170. 170. 170. 160, 70. Ricardo, 160. Did you bring those black heifers in? You did? I figured there's something made the market go down a couple days. Vaccination bumps all over. Means she's been shot several times. It's a good calf. Curtis Bunker. What do you give, George? 250? 260. 260 a pound. 260. George, 250. Oakley. Tell Oakley you did that. I didn't. Heifer. $2. 210. 210 and 210 and 210. Better get 10 a pound. Better get 10. 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 20. 230 internet. Sold 220. Hadley. How much your oak? Huh? 250, 250, to get 5, 255, to get 5, to get 60, 255, 60, to get now 60, to get now 60, MH 250. You bid? Okay. You bid, Dennis? Thought I heard someone saying, yep. He acts like he's shocked. Long tail heifers. Bunker cattle out of Bridgeport, Texas. 2-1. Which one? Sell a cow. Sell a cow right there. $1 a pound. $1.10. 120. 130. 140. 150. 160. 170. 170. 170. Ricardo. 160. At $1.60. Heifer cattle here now, 225 and 225 and 225. They're going to 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25, 25 at 225. They're going to get thin flesh here, Dennis, at 225 and 225. They're going to 25, 25, $2.10 and $2.10 and 210, 210, 210. Sure hope this gets over pretty quick. $2, 2.5. Dennis, $2, 4. Y'all don't fight over them in there. Here's same cattle. Both. Steers. 2 thin flesh steers. 220 and 220. Dirty get 920. Dirty get 920 and 220. Dirty get 925. Dirty get 20. Dirty get 20. Dirty get 920. Dirty get 220 and 220. Dirty get 920. Dirty get 20. 10 and 10. Dirty get $2. Now 10 and $2.10. 1 and 1. $2 on both of them. $2 on both of them. $1.75. Jason. 80. 85. Jason. 90. Jason, 185, 5. Give you something sorting there. Here's 2 fancy calves right there. Look at the bodies on them, Jeff. You like them? 265 and 265, 75 and 65, 75 and 70 and 270, to get 70, 80, to get 275 and 270 now, 5, to get 5, to get 5, so 270. I don't know. He ain't bought anything that good. He ain't bought anything that good. Is that where they're going? Ooh. Has he bought anything today? I don't know which ones he bought. Let's go to Watonga, guys. Oh, yeah. I hope this means we're close. He's got lots of what? Man spent lots of money on these. Well, I've made a few mistakes in my life too. 30 cents a pound. 35, 40, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 75, 75 internet, 80, 80. You're out over here, 85, 85 internet, 90, 95 internet, $1, $1. The bread right, whatever that means. Sold 95 on the internet. Derek Moore. Derek Moore. I don't know about you, Derek. That wasn't who I thought was on there. Thin steers off some other cattle right there now. And I'm sorry, I entered a $1.50, $1.55, at 155, at a 5, at a 5, at a 155, at $1.55, at a 55, at a 5, at a 5, at a 5, at a 5, at 55. Derek isn't here, might have a chance to make money. 155 at 155, at a 5 dollar bill, $1.10, 110, 110, 110. Ricardo, $1. Oh, you gonna breed them others? Well, they heifers or bulls? I thought I saw some steers on. Was that Corey that came up with that story? You ought to see what Georgia got wrapped up in a hog or two. Is this him? Lame, dollar bill, 10, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 170, 170. Ricardo, 160. He was here last week. Dollar bill, $1, $1. Huh? You got it? 110. 110. Ricardo Jubin, you got him. $1. See how easy this is? Zach Scott. 2 steers or 2 bulls or something. I don't remember. Considerable difference in size. Sell 2 cattle right there. I entered to get at 230. At 230, entered to get at 5. At 235, entered to get at GB at 5. Entered to get 5. Entered to get at 235, 40. At 242 and a half. 242 and a half over here. 242 and a half up here. 242 and a. I got Jason. 242 and a half. You want to bet against him? 242 and a half. Jason, 240. Number 5. I can't ever tell what they're doing. Most people don't want to know. All them guys sure want to see. Y'all don't get enough of it while you're out there. You got to come up here and look out. Bulls. Bulls right here now. They're to get $2. And $2 bill too. They're to get that $2. They're to get that $2. They're to get that $2. And $2. They're to get that $2 to buy. Better get 2. 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 And $2 here. They're to get that 2. That too high. And $2 here. They're to get 2. They're to get 10. 205. 206. 8. Shannon. 206. 7. Thank you. Who's MTC? Bad back, full or something. Full or bad back. I can't see him. How much yours? How much yours? Dollar bill, 10, and 120, 110, 20, 110, 120, 110, 120, 110, 20, and 30, and 130, 40, and 150, and 150, 60, and 160, 150, 160, 150, 160. Terry, 150. Number 9. What about him? Smaller? He's smaller than that last one. Okay. He sound? 235, 235, to get 35, 40, and 235, to get 40, to get 235, to get 40, and 240, to get 35, 40, to get 40, Jace, 235, 5. You seen our black heifers? They're already here. They're wild. Don't brag them. Don't brag them. My God, last time they pregnant, all of them got crippled. There's another one of the man's cattle. It's a big old heifer. $1.50, $1.55, and 60, 160, now 70, 170, 165, 165, 165, 70, 175, 175. Internet is out. 175, 80, 185 internet. 190 Jason. 185.90. Haynes 185. Haynes. Bryce number 18 in Prague. What's that say up there? Bull calf. Curly head bull. Dollar bill, now 10, and 100, now 10, and 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 160, 70. Tommy O'Hill lick, 170, sold 160 MH. Now you've been doing a good job today until you done that right there now. Okay. What's that say there? Mercer. Would this be Mercer? Gotten the feet out of it. What the rest of them bring, Gary? $235. 235. 235, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, 35, and 235, 35, 225, 225, 225, $2, 10, 210. I don't think it makes any difference to anybody in here. No one's listening to you. There you go. $2 a pound. Then one person listened to you. 150. $1.55 on a heifer. 60. I just got one of them. 160, 70, 80, 180, 90. Gary Reed, 180. OKC West. I don't know. What around? She got a coyote. The side and the butt. $1 a pound. $1.10. So this calf right here, 110, 120, 130, 140, 150, 160, 170, 180, 170, 80, 170, 80. Sold 170 Chandler, 11. You know part of that round steak is gone, don't you? Yeah. Might be. Oh, me. How's Edward? Is he? All his crew good? Your crew? What? Fat and sassy. I love it. Where's Megan? Where? Somewhere in Texas. It's a good place to be from. Be Mr. Minter's ever. $1 a pound. $1.10. 110. 110. $1.10. $1.10. $1.10. $1.10. $1.10. 20. 30. 130. 120. 30. 120. 30. 40. 50. Ricardo, 140. Little girl's doing good. She had surgery again. Bless her heart. That's what my mother would have said. Bless her little heart. They through cutting on her now? They done? Oh, no, I hate it. How much yours? 50 cents? I believe he's getting better, don't you? 50 cents? 60? 70? 80? 80? 90? 90 cents a pound. Anybody? Dollar. $1.10, George. $1.20. George, 110. Oakley. A shoot reject. Do what? Reseller for you. Thank you. Pretty good old calf, I think, right here now. I got a tough man now to shoot. At 235, at 235, 40. Oh, the other shoot, 240, at 235, 40, at 240, to get 235, who gets 35, at 235, good calf, 235, 225, 227 and a half, 227 and a half, 30, 232 and a half, 232 and a half, 5, 235, MH, 232 and a half, MH. Another one off Jeff, 45. 235, 235, better get out 35, 35, 35, 235, 235, better get out 35, 35, 225, 225, 225. Terry, 225, Terry, 6. Who the hell is Jackson? At our sheet? Huh? Var 55. Who on? 240, 240, to get that 2.5, to get 240, to get 2.5, to get 240, 240, to get a good little light calf here, 240, to get a quarter, to get 40, quarter, 2.25, 225, 7.5, 225, 7.5. Don't put him on there. 225, 7.5, huh? Fuzzy. 225, 225, $2, $2. Not that bad, is he? $2. 205, 207, 209, 2011, 2013, 2013. So 211, Chamlin 11. We held him. He's just thinner. He been on the grass. He's missing his mama. $2. $2 a pound. $1.50 a pound. $1.60 a pound. Anybody else? 70, 80, 90, $2. Chamberlain 190 straight. Oh, 11. I thought you was trying to give me that thing. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I thought you was trying to put it on straight. I thought he was trying to put them on straight. I'm pretty new at this. I'm pretty new at this. Don't you think, George? Oh, no. Jeff 5. $1.75. 175. 175. 175. Better get 75. 50. 155. 160. 170. 180. 190. $2. Chamberlain 190. 11. You gonna have any left, Jeff? Here's another one. What's wrong with her? Seller. $2. 2.5. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. 2.5. Better get 2.5. She's pretty good. 202 and a half. 202 and a half. Yeah. 5. 7.5. 10. 12 and a half. 15. 17 and a half. 20. 2.5. 5. 7.5. 30. Dennis, 227 and a half. 4.
Dennis, 4.
Tomorrow.